Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a lovely day. My name is Apostate, and the purpose of this live stream is to talk with believers, not only Muslims, by the way. Today's live stream is for any believer of any faith to call in, or may not necessarily be a religion or a faith. It may be a belief system or a philosophy about life. You're free to call in by clicking the link in the live chat, pinned to the live chat, and talk about what you believe and why you believe it to be true. Or do you believe it despite not being sure that it is true? These are all topics that we can discuss. And because I try to make sure that we have productive and honest and meaningful conversations in these live streams, I want to start each one of them going forward, hopefully, by talking about one tip that either I have discovered by having these conversations or that I've read somewhere about how to have a better conversation, especially around a topic that people might be very sensitive or, dare I say, tribalistic about. So today's tip would be, what is today's tip? Yeah, is to try to understand their motivation for having the conversation and their goal out of the conversation. Is there a purpose to this talk? And I will lead by example and I will ask every person who joins these questions and I will tell them my answer as well. But as of right now, we don't have any callers yet ready to join the call. That might be because of the timing. For some of my audience, this is not very good timing. For others, this is great timing. But also because my audience doesn't always reach far into religious circles. And since I've been away from some social media platforms like Twitter and TikTok, it's harder to find believers who have heard of my channel through YouTube. YouTube is not very good usually at disseminating content to people outside of the current viewership, unless I do something radically different, which I am working on. That being said, if you would like to join, link is in the live chat and you'll be the first to join. In the meantime, I guess, since we're killing time, if you're watching this after the live stream has ended, I will have a timestamp to when the calls begin, if we do get a caller today. If you're not and you're here, then you're welcome to, I suppose, ask questions in the comments or start talking about anything you'd like in the comments. Anyway, let me start by reading some comments. Srijan says, but you can get many views if you speak Hindi. Well, I'm not from an Indian background, and so I don't speak Hindi. So the Hindi or also the Urdu speaking audiences, that's not really my niche because I don't speak that language. Alina says, I love how you lead your conversation. You really try to understand the mind of the other, how the mind of the other works. I try to do that, and I like to ask myself a question. I think I read this somewhere, and I'm maybe misquoting it, but if I believed what they believe, what would I think? That's how I like to think about it sometimes. I have to presume that the other person is being honest. I have to presume that they're not misleading me about what they believe, and that even if they're very blatantly wrong, or at least it may seem so to me, they actually genuinely believe that this is true, or they're not lying about their belief. So without that presumption, it makes it very difficult to have a conversation. Anyway, open to taking any comments as of right now because we still do not have a caller. By the way, one of my cats is sitting right there, sleeping in his spot. I wondered if I moved his bed, if he would still sit there. Probably not, but I'll leave him there for now. I do want to read more comments, but I don't want to read them if they just paint me in a good light because I don't want it to seem like I'm asking for compliments. But thank you for these comments that I will not highlight at the moment. In the meantime, what can I talk about? I can talk about some of my upcoming videos. So I have a problem where I work on multiple different videos at the same time because I cannot focus on one. And there are a lot of topics in Islam that once you start researching, you get derailed into other subtopics and other adjacent topics. So that doesn't help either. So what am I currently working on? So I have an upcoming animated video about the. I haven't told people in the community post what it's about, but basically it's about the time that Muhammad discussed with Allah how many prayers we should be praying a day. And I am animating a little bit of it, so I'll be telling the story and having animated clips, play in the middle. And hopefully that'll give people a better visualization of what was actually happening, because it's easy to dismiss these stories or not really think about them when you don't see them. But when you play it out, as a scenario, it might help you realize some things about that scenario that were otherwise missed. Let's see if there's any comments. Mark says the cat looks really peaceful. I'm surprised that he sits there sometimes for hours and doesn't mind me rambling. Gabe says, can I call and say hi? Sure. As of right now, we still don't have any believers, but obviously as soon as there is a believer who wants to call, we will have to give them priority. Srijan says, your video blocked in Malaysia and we banned Zakir Naik in India. Interesting. I think one of my videos was banned in Malaysia. Are there more of them that are banned in Malaysia? If so, do let me know. KCA Randy says, did you see Daniel Haqiqatchu's attempt to defend Andrew Tate in a debate? No, I wonder who he was debating and what he said to defend him. And I laugh because if I do take this stuff seriously all the time, I will not have the emotional capacity to make any videos. So sometimes I just tune out all that kind of stuff. Altcry says, after leaving a religion, you kind of feel lost and that life lost meaning, or is it just me? It's not just you, that's for sure. A lot of people feel that way. I felt that way to some extent because on one hand, it never really completely clicked in my mind, the meaning of life that I had inherited from religion. So it's when I lost it, it's not like I lost something that made perfect sense to me and now I feel handicapped. It felt like a relief in many ways, but obviously it was still a shock and it was still disorienting. But it felt like at least I don't have to worry right now anymore about a purpose of life that doesn't add up. That felt like more of a stressor to me. So what you're describing is not rare. You're not the only one to feel that way. That's for sure. I may have even made a video about this before. If I do find it, I will make it pop up right now on this side of the screen, I guess, about this topic. But yeah, not sure what else I can say about that at the moment, but hang in there. You're not alone. And I think one should find meaning in their own life. Everyone has a different purpose, and that may not be the same purpose for the rest of your life. It changes. So that is the biggest takeaway for me after leaving the religion, was realizing that there doesn't have to be an overarching purpose that everyone is destined or built or created for that purpose. That is just the idea that we got from religion, but who knows? Sorry, not who knows. You find what resonates with you, what gives your life purpose, and that is your purpose. Hopefully it's nothing harmful. Don't take that to mean that you have license to do whatever the hell you want, but you got what I mean, I hope. Shijan says, I watch you to make my English good. I'm glad that you get some practice out of this. Oh, so we do have 2 callers lined up, but they're both not believers, I think. But we'll take them on till there are believers who would like to join. If you'd like to join, link is pinned to the live chat. So I'll be taking Gabe first. Gabe, if you're ready, I am adding you to the call in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me? I am not getting any audio out of you. Yeah, can you try again in a little bit? We'll try adding you again. So I'll take a couple of comments and then the next caller, Soleil. Let's see. Alina says, do you have some book recommendations that helped you questioning your own belief or helped you analyze better, or in general book recommendations? I literally write down which books I've read because I'll forget which books I've read. So off the top of my head, I can't think of a book that would be perfect as a recommendation for this. I can't pinpoint, one book that really helped me. So I'm struggling right now. The one book that comes to mind, which seems like I'm a broken record at this point because I've already talked about it on this channel, is man, now I'm forgetting what it's called. Something meaning. I will write that in the comments after the video if I remember. But it was a book about. I made a whole video about this. I will answer this question later. Sorry about that. My working memory is very poor. I am adding Soleil if you're ready. Soleil, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
I am good.
Aladdin?
Thanks. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Um, I've been doing a lot of videos lately, so I could not keep track of ex-Muslim English contents. But I saw that everybody was talking about Andrew Tate, you know?
Hmm.
Like each video is about Andrew Tate, so I was sick of it. I'm, what do you think about it, you?
I think that I try to ignore the topic, not because it doesn't matter, but because I personally in my life cannot bear to think about so many things that stress me out. But I think it is concerning how many people are supportive of him, or some of what he says resonates with them. Some people are lonely or they have trouble um, finding happiness in life. So they see that he has figured it out and they listen to him, and then they take all the bad ideas from him. And I think it's sad that there's even a debate about Muslims, being happy about him joining Islam. Not all of them are, of course. There are a lot of people who say, "How could you champion such a guy? To be a Muslim, let him work through his sins and all that, but we don't have to hail him as some kind of hero or symbol." But there's a lot of people who do see, give him too much of a benefit of a doubt, I think. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think it's sometimes a waste of energy to talk about it, but it's important to notice that people do follow him.
Mhm.
What do you think?
And yes, I was shocked when I saw what that he converted to Islam, and I thought if I was still Muslim, I could not accept such a guy in my community because he has a behavior that is he became a millionaire thanks to sex webcam girls and such with casino with the money gambling. It is all haram. So I don't understand why some Muslims love him. And I saw that some guys converted to Islam thanks to Andrew Tate. And I was thinking, oh my God, if you convert because of Andrew Tate, it is a huge choice in your life. It cannot. I, I I mean, it is a shame that you convert for such a low reason. You know.
I I was thinking about how horrible it would be of from God's point of view, or judging a God who would let someone into heaven and not hell because they followed Andrew Tate, but not someone who had some critical thoughts and couldn't believe in their religion, and they will be tortured. But the guy who followed Andrew Tate would go to heaven. Like, what does that say about a religion if, seeing a sexist, misogynist promote it helps you join it? You know, there should be things that are very obviously un-Islamic about everything that he says and does that should really disqualify him from ever talking as some kind of religious spiritual symbol. But what do I know?
And I wanted to ask you, do you want? I mean, I would love to see you featuring other ex-Muslims like Abdullah Samir or Hari Sultan or Apostate Prophet. Is it in your plans to organize one day a live stream with all ex-Muslims, to talk? It would be awesome, I think.
Oh, you mean like one coordinated live streams for all of us to join?
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting idea. No, I hadn't thought of it, to be honest. I've tried to have like one-on-one kind of live streams with some ex-Muslim YouTubers, but schedules are difficult to align. And as always, I like to think, what would we be talking about? What do I bring to the table in this conversation? Or is it just merely that us being present in the same space is enough? But I shouldn't discount that. People do want to see us talk and they do want to see us in the same space. So we should try to do something like that. No, I hadn't thought to do everyone at once. That's an interesting idea.
Mm. Yeah, it could be a gathering, a reunion, and I'm sure that you don't need an organized plan to say something, a theme. I think just being there, you will talk a lot. You will improvise. You will talk about your lives. It will be awesome. I'm sure.
I will try to make that an action point to actually reach out to other ex-Muslims and do a live stream like that. Yeah, thanks for the idea.
And I know that the holy humanist, she will agree. I
Mhm.
think she will agree. Yes, it will be awesome. There are ex-Muslim men and women talking in general, why they left Islam, what is their lives now. Uh, because I'm not so interested about the actuality. A lot of ex-Muslims they talk about the actuality, about Andrew Tate, etc. But for me, I don't care. I prefer people who speak of their life and yeah. So I think it will be a great idea.
Yeah, that could be a great idea. I try to share things about my life here without giving out too much information. But I've been writing a video about ways that Islam has affected my life negatively in the past, and I thought about having it as a live stream where I'm discussing with someone, these points. But I thought it'd be way too long. But maybe I should do it anyway after I publish that video to just get other people's input on it, other YouTubers or callers or whatever. Yeah.
Mhm. And you could exchange your way of doing your videos. Some ex-Muslims um, they are really, really, really logical. They are intellectual, logical. Other are more emotional, or other are have compassion, have empathy, like yourself for Muslims. Other they are harsh and in their way of communicating. So it is interesting to see your difference, really.
Yeah, I wonder how it would be like if we tackle certain videos together. Like if we play a clip of a video, for example, and say, what thoughts come to your mind, and compare that. That could be very interesting. Yeah, but yeah, how have things been on the French-speaking side of things, the ex-Muslim space?
Oh, great, great. I have a few friends, ex-Muslims. We are together in the live stream. We laugh a lot. We make a lot of jokes. Yeah, I think it's the most important, because me, if I left Islam, is because two Algerian men, they were talking about Islam, and they put the verse of the Quran in the screen, so I could not escape. It was true. This verse exists in the Quran, and they were laughing about it. They were joking. I think humor is the greatest weapon.
Mhm.
It is amazing. And so, in the French community, we are talking about the actuality too sometimes, and the most the thing I dislike the most is the political. Some people say left, right, far left. Just yesterday, one guy came in the live stream. Well, I welcomed him, and he said, "I am sucking the far right," you know?
Mm.
And he was vulgar, you know. And I said, "No, no, no, I don't care about politics. I just talk about ex-Muslims, Islam. I don't care. Don't say vote for him, vote for her. I don't care at all. For me, we must be neutral for this topic." And he said, "No, no, no. You are saying this, so you are saying the same thing as the far right in this subject. So you are far right. You are racist." Well, yeah, man, I am Algerian. My origin, you know, we are a lot of Africans, Senegal, Mali, Algeria, Morocco. We are all laughing together. He says we are racist. You know, he was a crazy man. He was young, really young, and it was difficult because it is in live stream. In it is in direct, and I want. At first, I was really comprehensive, patient with him. I was kind. I was asking him questions, but then he started to insult me, so I was angry, you know. But it's really complicated to
Well,
maintain
let me ask you
cold
this
blood.
then.
Yeah,
You had mentioned how one of the one time you saw two Algerians with a verse on the screen and they were laughing about it, and you were a believer at the time.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
is
I was
there
Muslim.
something that, aside from religion, an opinion that you hold that you think is very important to you? That if someone put up on a screen and was laughing about it, you would feel the same way as you did when you saw that verse?
But in fact, they were laughing, but they were not laughing at me as a Muslim.
Right.
They were laughing at a subject, and I was laughing with them. You
Hmm.
know, they succeeded in making me laugh. They were not mocking me as a Muslim. They were mocking the stories of Muhammad, the perfect Quran. You know, the perfect. How is it perfect if it is written that you can sleep with your slave, with your captives?
Well, I'm saying,
Yeah,
is there anything, any kind of opinion that you hold aside from religion, say politics, say you're an environmentalist, whatever it is
yeah,
position that you have, that if
yeah.
someone put up on a screen and was laughing about it, you would feel exactly the same way as you did back then?
Hmm. I don't know. I never saw it because really me, I am really yes, I'm for the ecology. I'm for creating forest, stop polluting, and for me, no one laughs about it because everyone wants a clean planet, a clean land.
Mhm.
So I never saw someone laughing about it. I don't know.
Hmm. Oh, sorry, I got distracted for a second. I think we do have callers who are going to join afterwards. But yeah,
Okay.
but before you go, I want to ask you, um, if there's anything that we can do to kind of bring the two spaces together. I don't understand
Mhm.
French, so when I do watch these live streams, sometimes I see you guys laughing and I can't really participate. So I'm wondering if there's something that we could do to, like, both audiences can enjoy.
Yeah, I think we can do something in English. I think because a lot of my of French speak English, so I'm sure we can do something in English, and then later I will translate it in French to my audience so that everyone understands. For example, I have a friend. She's an ex-Muslim from Germany. She speaks German, and she made a video with a Muslim, a debate, but it was in German. So I don't understand German. So she will do a live stream. She will tell me what she told him, because she made like 1 million views, I think, with her video.
Wow. Okay.
She's called Zainab. Zainab. And so it was really huge in Germany, but I don't understand German. So I want to understand it, and she will come and tell me. So if you want, we can do something in English with Nuria Khan, because she wanted to come as well. Because a lot of my French audience speaks English.
Sounds good. Yeah, we should definitely
Some
do
of
that.
them, they know me thanks to you, because I went to your live streams sometimes, and they thought, oh, awesome, it's a French guy. Let's go. Yeah.
I'm happy they're able to find you that way. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I will let the other callers. I wish
Sounds
you
good.
a good Sunday and a good live stream.
Thanks. And
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday too.
Thank you.
All right. Talk to you later.
Yes. Goodbye.
Bye bye. All right. Thanks for calling in, Soleil. We've got callers I will take next. I'll just read one comment first before getting to the next caller. So Mojo is asking, should every ex-Muslim YouTuber have thoughts on everything? And I had answered, no, not particularly. And he said, do you have that feeling? Because if you say thoughts, you could make mistakes by giving an opinion on the spot. I do try to think before I speak, obviously, especially when it comes to matters that don't have to do with the topic. I try to not veer too far off course, not because I'm afraid of telling people my true opinions about things. I'm always very open about my opinions, but I feel like people should not see me as some sort of um, person who they really care about their opinion on other topics. Like, it shouldn't really matter unless it's relevant to the conversation. And I don't want to alienate people who disagree with me on an opinion without getting into why I have that opinion or about my reasoning and all that. I feel like it's not productive to just, throw it into a conversation and then walk away from it. So unless I can follow through with explaining why I hold that opinion, and unless it's relevant, I try to not get into it. And I don't want people to give too much importance to my opinions. You know what I mean? So I do try to make sure that I don't have an opinion on everything, or at least not a public one. And another reason is there are topics which I don't know enough about to have a public opinion, or I might have an opinion privately, or a kind of a crude, in the sense that it's not yet a refined opinion, but it doesn't serve anybody any purpose for me to share it with the world. Not before I figured out how I really stand on it, or before I have all the facts. So anyway, taking the next caller, which is Adonai. If you are ready, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Oh, hello, hello,
Yeah.
Aladdin.
Hi, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm a bit nervous. I'm sorry.
That's all right. No need to be. Maybe I can help you get started by asking you a couple of questions. Is that
Oh,
okay?
sure, sure.
Well, I wanted to know, how did you hear of me or my channel?
Oh, that's a good question. I've always been a very good follower of Apostate Prophet AP, and I like David Wood, and also a friendly ex-Muslim. So at one time you had a podcast with AP, so and being that we've always been there, I got to love what you do, and that's when I got interested in your work, and I ended up following you up, and that's how I'm here.
Have you here? And I'm glad that you found me through these other channels. Well, then
Sure.
that brings me to my second question. What motivates you to join today's live stream?
First and foremost, this is my first ever call in my life. Like I'm about 30 years plus, and I've never done all this. Perhaps it's because of I'm from Africa, and we hardly have these things, but at least we are trying out. And it's not that we've not had an access to these things that much, but I'm more of an introvert and more of a like a loner. So, but in 2023, I decided that I wanted to do something new, something different. So that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you're here. I guess that sort of answers my last question, which would be, what do you hope to gain from this conversation? But if you'd like to add to that, feel free.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Today's live stream is about, of course, why do you believe? Why I believe, and I think it's a good question, basically, to any believer. And I like the way you approach your criticism of Islam. You tend to employ empathy, especially to those that are not like atheists or those of different faith, or the disbelievers, in other words. And you guys use a different approach from what David uses, or from what AP uses. So like I got attracted to your approach, and like anyway, it's a good approach as long as like we get to understand and looking at things as in a scholarly way. And this pushes me to this actual point. But then you'll forgive me, I'm not as fluent as most of your speakers. I'm not from the West, so I'm not that much of a good speaker, and English is not my first language. So should I end up stammering and wobbling and doing this or that, just understand and just excuse me for that.
No, that's all fine. Yeah, so I can go ahead and ask you then, what do you believe and why do you believe that it is true?
I was born Christian, and I like Christianity. And in my formative life, that is when I was a teen all the way to my early 20s, I was more of a fervent Christian more than I am today. I was so staunch, and I could hear Islam. I knew very little, close to zero, about Islam. But now my life was all Christianity. I knew nothing about any other faith. I was interested in. I love Christianity, and that brings me to why I loved it. I loved the message of. I was in. I really liked Christ's teaching on love, on even like loving your enemy, on even like creating a better world. These were beautiful elements that I loved in Christianity, and most of all, being that my country is more of a cosmopolitan. That is, we have a lot of communities. We have Indian communities. We have Africans. We have whites also who live there in small numbers too. And majority of our population is Christian, though we have a lot of sects of Christianity. But one thing that brings us together is the fact that we share the element of Jesus Christ, and these are things that has made us to peacefully coexist with one another. And just like in Islam, you have Shia and Sunni and all the other sects. Also in Kenya, we also have these other sects. But to me, my Christian walk has never been that much stratified. That is, like, I've never felt like I'm more of an Orthodox Christian, or I'm more of I belong to a different sect. But I was given the Bible, and I was taught how to read it, and my life was always centered around the Bible. So those were valuable lessons that I loved about Christianity. But now, late in life, when I got to grow up and I left home, I went to college, I went to the university, I got exposed to life, and I got to know a lot more. I got to meet a lot of people at the university, and that's when I came to understand and see that we also had Islam. And being that my country was wrecked by this religion, Islam, that is, we had terrorist attacks. I don't know whether you've followed you've come across the Westgate attack. I don't know if you've heard about that. The Westgate attack or the Garissa attack that claimed about 145 lives. I don't know whether you guys in the West followed up this.
That sounds horrible. I can't say I remember the details of these attacks, but you're saying that was your, like, what brought Islam into the spotlight in your life?
Absolutely. That is when, not even 9/11 is for 9/11. I was still young, and we didn't still look at Islam in that way. But now, from 2014, from when my country began a war with Somalia, so that is when Islam came into the spotlight, and I got interested to know what happens in Islam, what are these things that they believe in, what about jihad, and that's when I came across YouTube channels such as yours, AP, exmuslim, and so many more. And I loved Hassan Radwan, and I went through that, and I must admit that to some extent, my Christian faith actually reduced from where it was 100% to about 80, 70%. I don't know. That's what I felt.
As a result of watching or coming across information or retold by ex-Muslims about Islam, right?
Absolutely.
So why has that caused a reduction in your faith?
That's a good question, Aladdin. For instance, your criticism of hell. Yes, it is like when you guys were criticizing when ex-Muslims criticize Islam, that is from other angles except hell. Like I was on the cheering end, I was like, yes. For example, when you guys criticize jihad, when you guys criticize Muhammad and his marriage to Aisha, those are things that are not in Christianity at all. And I was like on the cheering end, I was like, yes, we've got to bring this thing down. It's cultic, But now when I began hearing you people, for example, Hassan Radwan criticizing hell, and when he talks about lack of empathy of the believers in paradise, who have no empathy to the disbelievers who are bound to be cast in hell, that is those who are not Muslims. I was like, well, it sounded nice to me, but how I came to my faith, we also have that concept of the hell. So I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do about it. I was like, I began exhibiting some kind of ambivalence with my faith, and I didn't know what to do about how to reconcile the hell to my faith. Like, it's a thing that has always been part and parcel of my faith. Well, we never talk about it, but you see, Christianity is a package, and hell is there. And I got depressed. I didn't know what to do, Aladdin, and I sought assistance from my religious leaders, for example, pastor, and I talked to him about that, and I was like, why would a merciful God, who has given us this free will, end up choosing a few to go to heaven and a very bigger population to go to hell? Where is empathy? And how could I reconcile the concept of a predestination, the concept of I couldn't get past a merciful God choosing to torture his people. So that's where I am at. Perhaps that explains why I'm at 70% right now, and I don't know what to do about it.
That is that is interesting. That hearing criticism about things that are common between Christianity and Islam is what got to you. Um, that is partly why, for example, people keep mentioning David Wood's channel.
Mm.
Part of why I didn't find any comfort in his channel when I was doubting or having questions is because it felt hypocritical to me. Like he wasn't addressing all the other criticisms of Islam that are common with Christianity. It seemed like he was focusing on the low hanging fruit of Islam, which people can argue is still beneficial to some extent for those who are questioning. But I wondered if he has those doubts as well. I wondered if he truly believes. So that makes me wonder, or that made me think when I was a believer and I thought of hell, I thought about it as I wouldn't sacrifice my position in heaven, my spot in heaven, because there are people going to hell. Of course, I still want to look out for myself. But I felt like because I had empathy, I had the obligation to at least protest to some extent or ask God why. Like, explain to me how the statistics add up here. Why are you choosing a few people? So I can't really help in terms of telling you my conclusions because you know my conclusions and they're not really what would help you keep your faith. But I want to ask you, so starting from the point of 100% of belief, you mentioned that you liked a lot of the values that are taught in Christianity. So would you say that that was the source of your belief is because you liked the values that Christianity taught, or is there something else that gave you the belief?
Well, both. Though I like the values, and also I also had something else that added on to my belief. And this something else is the fact that I went for my undergraduate studies far away from Nairobi, which is my capital. And I got into a deeper dive into archaeology and the study of, like I was looking for topics such as what are these things that ascertain that indeed Christ was there and Christ walked in his life? Are there archaeological evidences or even paleontological evidences or something of the sort in related to archaeology that will ratify my belief in Christianity? And that took me to Israel to some form of study. And I loved some discoveries by archaeologists such as Ron White and others actually, and I've been a follower of other YouTube channels that tend to dig out, that tend to dive into Israel, trying to look at it, trying to ask questions such as, did Christ really exist? Did we really have, for example, Jerusalem? Did we really have these stories that we read in the Bible? Are there things things outside the Bible that can give us an evidence that these things really existed? And I must admit that Israel as a nation has been a mystery to me.
Sorry, what has been a mystery to you?
Israel. That is
okay.
the country Israel has been a mystery to me. Its creation and the archaeology inside, and more or less they prove that Christianity is true. And looking at history, of course, Christianity came first. Of course, Judaism came first. Then we had Christianity, then Islam. So I'm more of convinced that Christianity is true, and yeah, it's true. But I don't know what to do about still.
Sorry, you're convinced that it's true because of what evidence that is present in Israel?
Archaeological evidences that have been brought out in the recent past that prove that we had these things that really happened. And of course, I was also interested in looking at this in comparison to Islam, looking at topics such as whether Muhammad existed and whether Mecca itself existed. And yeah, and these are topics that tend to take me back to the fact that Christianity existed, and we had these historical figures such as the disciples of Jesus, Jesus himself, that existed. I don't know if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
can you explain to me how you don't have to mention specifics if you don't remember them, but what's the nature of such evidence and what does it prove about Christianity being true? Like, can you give me an example?
Oh, that's a good question. Being that Christianity itself is faith and evidence.
I mean, the things that are in Israel, for example, the archaeological evidence, does any of it prove that there is a God or that Jesus is God? Or does it prove that there were followers of Christianity a long time ago?
Yeah, in Israel, I think, for example, features such as the Temple Mount, which is more of a Jewish wall, and Jerusalem itself, which is a city that is claimed by three religions. And I don't know, my arguments are getting weaker and weaker.
No, you don't have to think of them as arguments. Think of it as you're thinking internally, right? This is not something that is being broadcasted right now. This is not some kind of argument. You think that it is convincing to you that there is evidence of Christianity in Israel or archaeological evidence. Can you think of an example of how archaeological evidence points to Christianity being true?
Wow, that's a good question. I think I'll be forced to take you back to a documentary that I happen to have bumped upon by Ron White. There's an archaeologist called Ron White. Sadly, he died in 1999. He had been talking about his discovery of Noah's Ark, his discovery of also the Ark of the Covenant, which is I don't know whether you've heard something about the Ark of the Covenant.
I've heard of it, but can you tell me what it is?
The Ark of the Covenant. I know you do not have a Christian background, so the Ark of the Covenant was a box that was more of a box that was created by God Himself for the children of Israel. It signified His presence. So they had to carry this box and put it in the temple, Jerusalem by then. So then, following battles in Israel, following transitions, it ended up getting lost. So Ron White embarks on a journey to try to find it, to try to discover it,
and he finds it.
Then he finds it. Well, yes, he finds it because he says that he found it, and it was right at the point where Jesus Christ was crucified, and it was horizontally down there. So he dug down, and he met two angels who told him that it is here, but you can take a sample of blood, take it to the laboratories in Israel. And this blood is Christ's. And I think,
so the angels didn't allow him to take the box, just a sample of blood?
Quite mysterious. They didn't allow him. And when he's giving...
Sorry.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
No, I because I don't want to scrutinize the specifics of the story exactly, but I want to understand what makes the evidence holy or point to, therefore, God did this. Because there might be a significant box, for example, that they find somewhere, and it might be dated to that period, and that may all be true if he even had the box itself. But say it even has some DNA evidence that can correlate to DNA evidence from other cloth or other stuff that can date to a person back in that time. Is there anything about the DNA, for example, that is otherworldly, that is not human? And even that, like, is there anything there that points to God's involvement in it, or just the correlation with other elements of the story?
Of course, the correlation to other elements of the story, and I do not want to. I think I'll admit that I do not have like first-hand evidence. All these things are just, but if I call them stories, it's more of like and it's understatement to me. The more of narratives. Narratives sounds better, right? The narratives that I would convincing narratives. Maybe convincing is a term that I can buy. Convincing, because like the way he gives out an account of his story, having met these two angels, like the facial expression, the fear in his voice, the tremor, and like it feels like indeed he had an encounter with this, and they gave him the sample, and he took it to Israel. He didn't even tell the lab technicians that this is blood that I got from where. So he only took the blood sample for testing, and they told him that the blood had half the chromosomes, 23 chromosomes.
Right. So, so he couldn't have been created through like regular human sex, where you get the chromosomes from both sides. He just had his mother's chromosomes. Is right. But obviously, he did not publish that blood samples study anywhere. But you had mentioned something, that the way that he was telling the story was very convincing. The way that he was telling the narrative, sorry, not story, was convincing. Does that not make you think about how certain performances in Hollywood, for example, are so convincing that they gain notoriety or they gain prizes for that? Do you find narratives that are told by those people to be do they elicit the same kind of emotion when you hear those stories? Like, say, a very good award-winning movie, do you feel what the character is describing is going through?
Oh, it's a good question, especially in these times when we have a lot of deception. And well, I think according to me, I'm more of an African man, and I'm more of really hard to convince. It's really hard. Like I don't fall for things easily, as opposed to like what happens around. And I may say like, well, I don't know if I'll be posting by saying this. I'm not that much gullible, but I take time to look at one's narrative and to see whether they could be holding water. And well, I'll give a benefit of doubt to your question, especially right now that we've had a lot of false preachers, and this thing has affected Christianity mostly. Well, Islam is fortunate that we do not have all these gimmicks that are happening in Christianity. In fact, we have so many lies in Christianity, like preachers who are coming, who are purporting to be miracle working individuals, who are purporting to have seen visions and all these, and we have them. And I like your question, I must admit.
Well, I think about it. If I'm watching a movie, for example, I know that the point of the movie is to trick me to believe the actor, right? Like, at least temporarily, I want to believe that the actor is going through the emotions that they're expressing on their face and their words, and they're screaming and they're crying. But I know that this is not the truth. I know that this is a movie, right? And I let myself be deceived momentarily, subconsciously even. I don't know that I'm being deceived while I'm watching the movie. I just forget about that, and I feel the emotion. If that delivery was given to you, if that documentary, right, was shot as a movie, and you were told this is a movie, an award-winning movie from Hollywood, and it's the same exact guy, would you feel exactly the same about what he's saying? or would you feel like it's, you know, it's a good performance but doesn't hold water, like you put it?
Oh, it's a good question too, Aladdin. I don't know whether to say that we are not that much emotive. Like, most of these movies would, this award-winning movie may be more sensual as to convince, the men to convince, the men to teach, the men to, like, they're far-fetched from reality. And
It doesn't have to be a performance doesn't have to be very over the top or emotive to to be convincing or to win an award. It has to elicit the emotions in the person watching. At least I think that would be one of the criteria. So someone can look, can only say a few words and a few glances without going over the top, and you would believe them, or they would succeed at this mission of making you empathize or feel what they're feeling. So if that documentary was framed in a different context of a movie, for example, would you feel, and that you don't have to answer at the moment, like that's just a food for thought, I guess, if you don't have an answer in mind right now, but would you feel exactly the same way as you did watching that documentary now? And would those feelings go away, dissipate the way that they dissipate when you get up from watching a movie and move on with life? Or would they linger with you?
my concern is like, what would I lose or gain from like, for instance, for the case of a Hollywood award-winning movie, if the performance is staged and like it all looks like reality and it's not real, like we've gone to the movies and we're watching and we've been moved emotionally, and like when the movie comes to an end we feel like, hey, this thing was far-fetched from reality. Of course we would breathe our hearts out. We'd feel bad that this thing wasn't real, if it had good topics and things that we'd relate to. But now my only question, this other side, for this documentary, for this person, for Ron White, who was specifically giving his own confessions. He was talking and he was giving his confession and his experience. Perhaps a question that I would that I kept on asking myself was, if he is lying, what is he bound to gain from these lies? Like, what does he want to achieve at the end of the day? And I came to realize that he has nothing to gain or nothing to lose from his confessions. At the end of the day, like, it increased my faith in the fact that Jesus Christ is there, and the fact that his blood is at work, and the fact that whatever that happened in the Bible were nothing but true. Sure. I think perhaps I can give time for other comments. I shouldn't take a lot of time.
Yeah, I'll move to the next caller, but I just want to comment on the last thing you said, that what would his motive be? Why would he lie about this? I'm assuming the documentary didn't make any money. I'm assuming he doesn't care about fame, right? I'm giving him all the benefit of the doubt. He doesn't necessarily have to be intentionally lying for his own selfish benefit. Either he could be lying knowing that none of this actually happened. He didn't meet angels. He didn't take any blood. But it's for the greater good for people to believe in Christianity, whether... because in his mind, Christianity is true, whether this story happened or not. So if this helps more people become Christian, then that's good. That's for their own benefit. So that's a very selfless reason why he would lie. And then there's also the possibility that he actually believes that has happened to him. Just like, there are a lot of so-called false prophets, but, they're just making claims that they spoke to God, that they met an angel, all that kind of stuff. They're not all just looking to make money out of it. A lot of them actually had, hallucinations or some experience in their mind, and they believe that happened. So, but, assuming that someone is telling the truth just because they don't have an obvious monetary or, selfish reason to lie, I don't know if that's a good standard for discerning what is the truth. But for day-to-day activities, like, we have to go by that standard. Otherwise, you'd be skeptical of everyone for every reason. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say about that. Is there
you
anything
so
else that's on your mind?
Maybe to ask you just one last question before
Sure.
I log out.
Yeah.
How do you feel without religion completely? Like, how do you feel? Like, where do you draw your morals from? Where do you draw your, like, what's this point of reference? Like, you see, when you are, I assume that when you're a believer, you had some point of reference.
Well, point of reference. I'm going to focus on the part of that question about where do I derive morals from. When I was a believer, my point of reference partly was, what is halal and haram? What does Islam say is right and wrong? But at the same time, I, like most people in the world, went intuitively by what I felt was right and wrong, given everything that I learned in my upbringing and given how I saw the effects of my actions affecting people. So I've given this example before, but here's a dilemma that I ran into, a moral dilemma, and it's a small one. It's not a big deal. When I was a believer, I opened the door for someone who was carrying a case of beer for himself, I think. And I opened the door and held it open for him. And I was like, after you, because he was carrying something heavy. But then I thought to myself, morally, could be potentially wrong because I helped someone do something haram, right? I helped him, I assisted him in getting drunk in a sense.
Sure.
Which I don't know. Maybe he bought the case for him and his friends and no one was actually getting that drunk or anything. But at the same time, I was helping someone out. Like he was going to get through that door with or without me. It was just made his day a little bit easier. And this could have helped him today. So I had that conflict as a believer. Is it halal or haram because God says so? Or should I just, lean on my intuition to figure out whether that action was right or wrong? And my conclusion for that was, I hope it's not a sin, but I feel like what I did wasn't particularly wrong. So that's just an example of how, even as a believer, it wasn't just God as my moral reference. And I think that applies to a lot of people these days without them realizing it, that you go through day to day without thinking, would Christ do this or not? You do it first, or you think what is right or wrong. Like you help someone because you'd help them. And then you think, oh, Christ would have liked that,
Sure.
So I think my morals at the moment come from, and I always assess my actions. I always assess my thoughts, maybe to a fault. But I think they come from, does this action or thought help me and other people or hurt me and other people? It's just the harm versus benefit calculation of it. That's how it
Sure.
works for me right now.
I must appreciate for that candid answer, and I must also appreciate you for your channel. And I must also thank you for actually giving me time to call. I am sorry if I came out a little bit belligerent in
No, you didn't.
in some
Not at all.
form, but I thank you so much, Aladdin.
Yeah, thank you for calling today and for your kind words, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Good day. Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. Thanks to the caller. I'll read a couple of comments and then I'll get to the next caller. So, I can't read your name. Tassadara says, hello, Aladdin. What are your thoughts about the parents who will go to hell first because of their child or children's sins? Because that idea scared me when I was a Muslim. Thank you. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what is the reference for this, like where this idea originates from in Islam. I don't know if everyone agrees on this idea. I think a lot of believers would disagree. But here's my thought process as a previous believer. There's supposedly this big idea that you shouldn't bear the sins of the people who came before you. You shouldn't bear the sins of your parents or of the generations before you and all that. And I do agree with that idea. I don't like the idea of the original sin, even though in Islam we do bear the original sin in a sense. Because of Adam eating the apple, we are here. Because of Adam approaching that tree. Had he not done that, we would have all been in heaven. And I thought about that as a child and I wondered, so we're all here because of Adam's mistake. But the overarching point in Islam supposedly is you're not going to be punished for the mistakes of others. However, so I might be tempted to dismiss this, but some people might think that the parents, it's their responsibility to set up the child on the right path. And if the child, even as an adult, strays from that path, then it's solely because of bad guidance and it's the responsibility of the parents and they will pay for those sins. I disagree with that, even from a religious perspective, because if you understand why people do things, free will is, I think, a bit of an illusion. There's a lot that goes into why someone does something. So to assume that it's all solely based on, even if you believe in free will, to assume that it's all solely based on the misdirection of parents or the parents being at fault for it doesn't make sense. So I think that should help someone dismiss it, whether they believe it or not. The idea that parents will be tortured because of their kids' actions. But it is a very good, very, very good guilt tripping tactic, which I see very often, unfortunately, in Islam, to make you feel guilty if you ever do a sin, that you're not only taking yourself down, but your parents too, and to make you feel thankful that your parents bear such huge responsibility that they go through the risk of going to hell because of you. So, yeah, guilt tripping. Thank you for the super chat, Mark. Mark says, concept of heaven / reward and hell punishment is wish fulfillment on the part of believers who otherwise feel helpless to external and chaotic forces. Let me think about that for a second. Is wish fulfillment on the part of believers who otherwise feel helpless to external and chaotic forces? That may be true for many cases, for most cases even. I can't really put a number on it. I wouldn't say for all cases. For many people, it just seems like a fact of life that they learned at some point. Usually indoctrination is how they learned it. So they don't even need to feel helpless and powerless to chaos to feel like that makes sense of it. It may just be a fact of life to them. But for a lot of people, yes, it does feel like some kind of restoring order to chaos. And you just, as someone who doesn't believe, have had to make peace with that there is no eternal justice. There is no order that will happen on a day of judgment. We have to try to make that happen in this life because we only get one chance to do it as far as we know. Anyway, getting to the next caller. Next caller is Syed. Syed, if you are ready, I am adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hello, can
Hi.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. First of all, your parents go to hell, do not go to hell because of you. Okay, you got it wrong about Islam.
No, I didn't say that's the case. I said some people might believe that in Islam.
No.
Mm.
Allah said it clearly. Said it. You will not go. Somebody will not go hell because of you. People go hell for their own reasoning. So this is clear in Islam, Quran. But I come to talk to about the Andrew Tate. He is a very interesting. People in the West should study about why he convert to Islam. I mean,
Wait,
literally
but
should.
before we talk that for a second, I think we have spoken before, but just for everyone here, can you just tell us briefly what you believe?
Oh, I'm a Muslim. I'm Muslim.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're a Muslim, and you are. Would you consider yourself a Quranist?
No. I'm not Quranist. I believe in Hadith. Good Hadith, I believe, and the dirty Hadith, I reject it.
Okay, I might
So
want to revisit that in a
I'm
bit.
kind of new breed. I'm kind of new breed.
A new breed. Okay.
Ahle choice.
Okay.
Choice. You know, the Ahle choice means I
What's
choose
that?
Hadith. I choose Hadith to take it and reject it. Is that simple?
Well, what
I don't have to,
criteria? How do you assess what hadith is good and what hadith is dirty?
Just it sound dirty, it sound stupid, throw it in garbage. If it sound good, nice, look makes sense, take it. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, even if in a holy, Hindu scripture, if there is a good in it, take it. If it's bad, throw it. There is nothing wrong with that. If you have a
So,
Bible,
but
lot of good things,
how do you determine what is good and bad in these hadiths?
but you use your own intellectual, your own brain, and decide yourself. There is nothing detailed about it, because rejecting hadith is not a big deal. It's not a sin. You are not rejecting Allah. So hadith is a man-made. Even prophet, even if it's true, you can reject. A prophet
Mhm.
says something wrong, you can say, "Oh, prophet, you say wrong. You say it's a stupid thing, prophet. I'm rejecting it." So prophet is just a human being. You can reject him, whatever he said, even if it's true, hadith. So
So,
that's
but
how we go.
I understand where you're coming from, but don't you see that people with different backgrounds, or even the same background but different mentality, can disagree about what is a good hadith and what is a bad hadith?
Yeah. Many do. Look, and everybody don't have to agree with my hadith. They
Mhm.
can reject it, and everybody can take it hadith if they want to have all hadith to believe it. Go ahead, take it if you, as long you want to believe it. There is nothing. I don't set up any rules on which hadith to accept and which hadith to reject it. If you want to believe all the hadiths, take it. Nothing wrong with that.
So, do you consider yourself a Sunni Muslim?
I born into a Sunni family, but I reject the concept of sect, because in the Quran Allah clearly said, "Do not make sect in the religion," and He also warned those who those who are radical about their sect. Allah will put them in hellfire. Clearly say Allah. And many those people who say their sect is the true sect, and they promote their sect, they are all going to be in hellfire.
Well, let me
So
ask you this question then. I understand that you have a very personal approach to your belief, and that you're not forcing anyone to reject the hadith that you reject or take the hadith that you take. But if you can foresee religion on a societal level, on a country level, on a group level, who gets to decide what are the rules that Muslims should follow? Or do you think that government should have nothing to do with religion?
no, government has nothing to do with religion. It is a personal thing. Religion is a personal thing. You cannot enforce on people other. Even like Iran force people to wear hijab. No, it's a personal choice. Iran can force people to wear the cloth,
Mhm.
not to show their chest, their legs. Women, they can force that, but wearing a hijab is not a. You don't force people on that one. But with morality, you have to force in it. You cannot say swear in the public, in the TV. This kind of you can enforce, but there
But
are
who
certain
gets to
things you can.
decide then, if you get to
No,
pick
no,
individually, right, which hadith are good or bad? Who decides the morality that should be enforced on everyone?
no. You cannot force morality on everyone. You cannot.
Yeah, but you were saying there are things that they are within their rights to enforce, like for example, foul language is what you mentioned.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide that that is, like, say I live in another society where I don't care that there's foul language on TV. Who gets to decide whether that is objectively good or bad?
We know foul language. We know about it. Cursing. Using sexual words and private parts words, and these are clearly unacceptable in society. So you can force that.
Well, what if another Muslim has your same approach to hadith and Islam and says, well, there's nothing that says people can't swear in a movie or something, profanity in a movie. So why is it unacceptable to you? How do you determine which one of you is closer to Islam?
No. Look, we have to make a law based on society agreement among all the people. So then why we can make a enforce that law.
Yeah,
It's like a
so that
beginning.
societal agreement would not be about religion, then it would be about the society.
Yeah, society. I mean, majority of laws should be on based on society, not religion. There are religion does not have a enforce. Allah does not enforce any law. It's all upon your own self. Allah gave all the freedom to do whatever you want, but certain law you have to follow. The society have to follow. So to make a society healthy, peaceful society. Other thing you can
And
private, you
how do
can
you
do.
derive these laws, like from
Look,
Islam?
what's that?
How do you? I'm saying, so at the end of the day, there are laws that society should follow that are given by Islam. How do you determine these laws? They do include a lot of reliance on hadith. How do you determine which hadiths are relevant and which ones aren't?
No, no, no. We don't have to go that much on hadith about the law. No, you don't have to go. Hadith is a personal thing. You take it to yourself, reject yourself. I mean, look, I know you're trying to make some kind of blocking religion. I don't go like hadith is a personal thing. Even a religion is a personal thing. You cannot enforce in the public about the hadith.
No,
Okay, that's
I think that's a very good view to have, and I'm not trying to like use this conversation as an argument or proof that therefore religion should be banned from societal rules. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it because you had mentioned that it is a very personal thing. I want to know how, if that is actually true, because when you think about societal rules or the law of the land and things like that, they do often seem to involve religion in them. So I'm curious, as someone who takes a personal approach to religion, what do you think about when religion is communal, when it does apply to everyone? How do you determine which religion that would be or which part of the religion that would be?
You see, when Prophet Muhammad he went to Medina, he created a what do you call constitution. He created a constitution, and constitution was not Islamic. It was secular constitution. Everybody followed your own religion and your own law. Whatever religious you follow, your own law. He does not prohibit Christian to not to eat pork. So he even tell Jew to follow your own law. So it was a secular state. Medina was a secular state, and the first constitution was the Medina constitution. It was a secular constitution.
That is a good view to have, and it's I'm glad that that's your position on religion. That it's a very personal thing. I'm curious to ask you one more thing about that. You had mentioned earlier that you are a new breed, ahlul choice, as you say, a new breed of Muslim. Why do you think it's been so long, over 1,000 years, and this has not become a mainstream view in Islam?
Yeah, that's a good question. You see, the mullahs, our mullahs and the maulanas and the sheikh and muftis, they dominated Islam like a dictators. If you disagree with them, they will beat you up, or they will kill you. Literally, they will kill you. Even today, many Muslims call me kafir. So you see, they are still dominating the Islam, but slowly they will lose the domination on Islam. So slowly Islam will become free from these mullahs and sheikh and all these crazy bastard, you know. So I'm saying that
Well,
in future,
what do you see causing this slow change, or what signs do you see of this slow change?
yeah, this is change is coming big thanks to the internet. I mean, yeah, internet. This is internet is making change because before you had no choice to shut up your mouth. Now internet making you to open your mouth, ask question to mullahs, and they are scared to answer. They are seeing changes where people are asking question, Muslim are asking question. They have to answer, or people are becoming living Islam. So uh, so they
So
have to answer.
because of increased communication, because of the internet now, now there's going to be a shift to choosing which hadith to follow and to a
Yeah,
more
yeah, yeah.
personal. Well, do you think that the way that the mullahs, as you put it, have been practicing Islam, is that the way that Allah intended it to be practiced?
Yeah, Allah want us to be freely choose Islam, whatever you want to do.
So do you think that the way that you're practicing Islam, is that closer to how Allah intended it to happen?
Well, I'm not gonna say I'm the only one who's on right path and right religion. I'm not that kind of person.
But do you think like
you have to
your
be follow my way. I will never impose on people to follow what I believe.
that's not what I'm asking at all. I'm saying do you think what you believe is closer to Allah's truth than what these mullahs have been preaching?
Yes, I could say that.
So and again, I'm not saying that you hold the ultimate truth or that you claim that everyone else is wrong. I'm just saying based on, what we're discussing here. So isn't it bizarre to you that Islam is only now shifting closer to the truth that Allah intended because of the internet and not because of all the years of teaching Islam?
Yes. Yeah, this mullah corrupted Islam. You see, this hadith, many hadiths are written by mullahs, in the past, or even they today they say things about the Prophet Muhammad. It's not even in hadith. Many things they say today in mosques. In mosques they say about the Prophet today and the Sahaba and the Ahle Bayt. They say today in their mosques, and that's not even in the hadith. So these are total liars.
So yeah, but what I'm saying is, it seems bizarre to me that so the prophet came with the final truth, right? And it was yet again corrupted. And there's now only after over 1,000 years a shift to the closer to getting closer to the truth again, but only because of the internet and open communication, not because the message itself held true.
You see, human are corrupted creature. Okay, if God gave you any law today, tomorrow they may change.
Is
That's
God
kind of human
incapable of giving
are.
us a law that's incorruptible?
The only Quran is incorruptible. All other things are corruptible. Understanding is corruptible. To the Quran, understanding will be corruptible.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking isn't God capable of giving us a moral guide or a Quran that is incorruptible and the meaning of it is incorruptible? Is that something beyond the capability of God?
The reason is not possible because God gave us free thinking brain. He gave us brain, so our brain is can go astray wrong. So it's impossible. God have to make us robots. So they keep the God commandment. Never
No,
change.
it's
But
not
He
about what
gave
we
us.
follow. You're saying even the understanding changes, but isn't there a way to reveal a religion that no matter how hard humans try, the bad humans or the corrupting humans, no matter how hard they try, they cannot change it. They cannot change the understanding of it. And we don't need the middleman of a mullah, to corrupt it. Is that possible for God to do, or is that out of his power?
It's possible only when He turn us into a robots.
Not necessarily. We can still have the free will
No,
to either follow it or not, but
God cannot do. If He gave us free will to choose the way we are today, eh, and it's impossible for even for God to do that.
so that is something that's beyond God's capabilities.
Yes, I could say. It's nothing wrong with that because it's a rational thing. Because the human choose things with their own self-interest. When we get a free will, the brain, then we can able to use our brain. We can going to be corrupted. So it's impossible even for God to give free will and it still be incorrect. No, it's impossible even for God. And I have
So
nothing.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
interesting that you would say that. So is it not possible for God to bring a refresher of the religion every now and then with free will, but also a reminder of what the true religion is? Like why the need for this big gap?
No, I don't understand your question clearly.
So you had mentioned that no, it is not possible for God to make the religion uncorruptible, even with the like explanations of it and everything, because humans have free will and humans are the ones corrupting it. But isn't it possible for God to bring a new Muhammad every, I don't know, 100 years or whatever, to prove again and again and again, to protect the religion, and then humans can still try to corrupt it, they can still not follow, they still have free will, but the religion itself, like that is that possible that God would do that? Is it beyond, is it within his reach?
Yeah, he could do that, but there is no need for that. There is no need for that. I tell you, I'm gonna tell you something. There is in the Quran, Allah said there is a religion. There is a religion and never corrupted. There is a religion never corrupted, and that religion is the best religion, and that religion available to every human being today. Today, that religion available to everyone. You know that which religion is that?
You would probably say Islam.
No, that's not Islam.
What
That
is that?
religion Allah install in our brain. That religion
Fitra,
is,
then, like the innate nature.
yeah, yes. Innate nature
That's not a
Allah.
religion, though, right?
No, it is Allah say. Allah explain about this is the religion, and it's that religion never change. Our inner nature is never changed, and it consists with believing in God. That's a Allah program our brain to believe in God. Another thing He program uh, to know from right from wrong. He installed that uh, program in our brain. So that religion never will going to change until the day of judgment. From Adam to day of judgment, the every human have that religion available to them. If they
So
follow their
why
inner
isn't that
nature,
enough? Why isn't that enough? Why do we need a religion from God if we already have the innate and pre-installed one?
this is God mercy to send message to people. Look, do this. That's why it's a God mercy. Prophet Muhammad the mercy to the all human being. So this is just a mercy from God to send a message. This is wrong. That is right. So it's otherwise God don't even need to send any religion, even Islam. He install a religion within every human being. They know right from wrong, everything. They just have to choose right from wrong. They know killing, lying, everything is wrong. Every human being know. You don't have to teach that killing, lying, stealing wrong. It's just a nature in our brain. And believing in God also is a nature. He installed that religion from Adam to last human being, and this religion will never change. All other religion will change. Islam will change. Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, everything will change time to time. But the religion God installed in a human being, it will never change.
That is an interesting viewpoint. Well, I want to ask you this to get back to the main topic here. Your belief in this religion, this innate religion, and your belief in Islam, what makes you so certain of them to be true?
The human believe in God, and people know right from wrong. They don't have to be teach to know what is right and what is wrong. People are always ask atheists where they get their morality. This is just funny question. Every human know uh, right from wrong. Raping is wrong. Human know because when you rape somebody, they know they're getting hurt, and that is wrong. So killing is wrong. Uh, Human knows everything. You don't have to learn from any religion or anything. Even you are atheist, you know right from wrong. Nobody teach you to right from wrong, but you knows it.
Well,
And
let's focus on
same
then.
way,
Yeah.
another thing, same way you also know there is a God, but somehow you resist, and you deny God existence. That's why
So
God going to
yeah,
punish you because you resist. The kafir means, the meaning of kafir.
yeah,
Kafir, one
one
who
who
knows the
hides.
truth,
Yeah.
who knows the truth and he hide it. So atheists know the God existence, but somehow they choose to hide it. So
Well,
that's
I
why
want to
call
ask you
God
about that then.
a
So
kafir.
here's an interesting position. A lot of Muslims are forced to take this position because that's the definition of a kafir, like you said, that atheists or kuffar know that Allah exists, but they're denying or resisting, as you put it. But can you imagine if I had a position, if I said all Muslims believe this, even if they say otherwise? If they say otherwise, they're lying to themselves, they're lying to you. So if I make a statement like that, how would you feel if I said all Muslims know that Islam is false, but they act like they believe because they're just too scared, but they know that it's false deep down? What would you think?
No, no, you can say anything you want.
I
You
know, but
can.
what would you you can't force me to not say that. I understand that, but how would you think if I said I know that you don't actually believe in Islam and you're just scared and that's why you need Allah, but you don't believe in Islam? What would you
No,
think?
atheists do say like that.
No, I'm telling you right now, like if I'm saying that to you, how do you feel knowing that, hearing that?
No, I won't feel anything. I won't feel anything because what I'm saying is correct. What you say is wrong.
But it doesn't incite any feelings of you. So
No, 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 no.
you feel
Nothing
like you're
inside me.
justified. You feel like
No,
you're
because my
correct.
my belief is strong. That's why whatever you say is doesn't hurt me any way, anything.
I'm not saying it should hurt you, but I'm saying
No, no,
what thoughts and emotions come to mind. So
no, no,
it
no,
sounds from
nothing.
what you're saying is that you would feel empowered and justified in your belief when I say something like that, right? Like you would feel if I tell you that you're in denial, you're actually an atheist, but you're just pretending to yourself. You would think that this person is wrong, and I actually am a believer. So you'd feel justified in your belief, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, it's just a belief system. You don't have to be agree with what I say, but this is our belief. That's what come from Quran. So
So
I
okay,
believe.
let me ask it from a different angle. Say I am a disbeliever, which I am, I guess, or a non-believer, and I hear this statement, right? Or I hear not necessarily from you, but Islam says that people who don't believe and aren't convinced, they're actually lying to themselves and they're actually deep down a believer. And that deters me from joining Islam because I think this is BS. I don't agree with this. That doesn't make sense. What is the fault of that person to go to hell because that statement is nonsensical to them? Like, does a person who is an atheist deserve to go to hell because they don't agree with that statement?
No, no, that's not all enough. I mean, you go to hell. There are two reasons, not just because you reject God, but atheists also promote immorality.
Say promote immorality. Like, what do you mean? Can you give me an example?
For instance, it's okay to have sex without marrying, and many other things you promote. I mean, promote means it doesn't
So,
mean you
yeah,
you for you it's okay to do that.
right. Say I am a disbeliever who basically follows the societal laws in a Muslim country. So I do everything that Muslims do, right? I
No,
don't
no, no,
pray.
no,
I
no,
don't.
no, no, no.
No, I'm giving you an example, right? In this scenario, say I don't have premarital sex. Say I only have sex after marriage, right? I don't have homosexual sex. I don't. I don't fast. I don't pray, but I also don't do all of these sins. But I also don't believe in God. So one of the criteria, right, of going to heaven and avoiding hell is belief in God. So I would still go to hell according to your belief, even if I don't promote immorality. Is that correct?
No, no, you have some morality. Your morality is it's okay to have sex without
No,
marriage.
say I am
No,
a
no,
person who
it's no. Why should you say you have to marry it? I mean, why should a atheist say you should not have sex outside marriage?
say they believe in the sanctity of marriage as a secular thing. Say they want it to be special the first time that they have sex. They want it to be with the person that they marry. They have the reasons that don't have to do with God being interested in their genitals. And if that is the case, right, the person does not promote immorality the way that a Muslim or you would see immorality. Are they then going to go to heaven just because they didn't promote immorality?
No. First, you have to bring me the people who say
Like in
atheists.
that hypothetical, if
No,
you do,
we don't go for hypothetical. It's a
why not?
reality. What I am saying,
Because
if
they
you
do
does
exist,
not
right?
believe in God, if you does not believe in God, your morality is very weak. You can go for anything. Okay,
But what
as
if I
long as
rely on my
it's
innate morality that you had mentioned earlier, the innate
yes,
religion that
yes,
we all
you
have
can
installed?
ignore them. You can ignore them. Even in morality, inner morality, you should marry, but atheists ignore all those morality. They can go for sex without a marriage, outside marriage,
I'm telling you,
uh,
say I
cheating.
rely on the innate morality that you had mentioned earlier, the innate religion that will never change, but I don't believe in Islam. I believe in everything else that you mentioned, right? Morality and all that stuff, but not Islam. But I still don't believe in Allah and Islam. Do I get to go to heaven?
Yes, you could, if you are good person and you believe in God.
That's what I'm
Okay.
saying, though. Like you're
Yeah,
saying that,
yeah.
yeah.
Look, forget about those non-Muslim are going to hell. Well, that's not Islam. Quran said it's just a stupid mullah supremacy. Their supremacy, just like a Christian supremacy. Only Jesus will save you. If you don't believe Jesus,
Say
you all go to hell.
non-believers. Let's keep all the other religions out of it. Someone who doesn't believe that there is a God, right? Is there
Like,
anything that could? Are they going to
no,
go to? Or
no,
can they go to heaven?
no. Allah clear made it. Allah make a two condition to go to heaven. One, believe in God. Another, be good to other human being, do good things. This
Right,
is only two condition.
right.
Islam has other condition. There is no, you have to be Muslim, you have to be believe in Prophet
There's a lot of
Muhammad.
other conditions in, but I will take your word for it. Say these are the two conditions. You then believe that if someone says they don't believe in God, right? They're telling you, I don't believe in Allah. I don't believe in these religions. I think these religions are man-made. Maybe there is a God, maybe there isn't, but it's none of these. You're saying that person knows Allah exists, but is denying it.
Yes, correct.
So you're saying that that person is a liar or delusional.
Allah clearly said they are liar.
So everyone who disagrees with you, who isn't religious, right, is lying to you.
Allah say those who reject God, they are liar. It's that because they know in their heart there is a God. Without God, this world will not exist. So these are clearly liars. And Allah said, I will fill with hell with liars.
Yeah, but do you not realize how potentially problematic this position is, that you believe that anyone who's telling you other than what you believe is lying to you?
No,
Like
the
anyone who tells you, I honestly don't believe in God, is lying to you.
no. Atheist is a liar. Clear. Christian, Jew, Hindu, Buddhist, these are not liar. They are good people and they will go to heaven too.
Right, but if someone says to you, I actually genuinely don't believe in God, is either lying to you or to themselves. That
Allah,
is what you believe.
Allah said, I have tested them. There is a surah in that. Allah said, I am not your Lord. And they say, yes, you are our Lord. I think you remember those. So Allah tested the small babies. He tested that after he programmed a human being
Right, according
with
to the narrative, yes, we all answered that question apparently before being birthed. But I,
No. Let me tell you. That's not the correct in the understanding. Everybody, we were in the beginning, and Allah asked. That's not what it is. Allah, children of Adam, from some of the children of Adam, He asks this toddler or whatever you may say, ask them, I am not your Lord. And they testify, yes, you are our Lord. So Allah only testing, He programmed the belief in God. So He was just testing them that this program is working or not.
so
That's all it
we
was.
all went through that factory test before being
No,
created.
not all. We are not all go through. Just a few. Allah programmed Adam with the belief in God. He tested some of them, children of Adam, some of them, not all of them, that his program is working or not. Okay, he installed the program to believe in God. Then he asked people, the children, I am not your Lord. They testify, yes, you are our Lord. So that's all it is. We
You
were
do
not all
understand
over
that
there.
you understand that this is a story to an outsider. Like no one witnessed this happening, right? This
No,
to an
no,
outsider, this
it's
is a
in the
story.
yes, yes. That's a belief system. That's the belief system. Everything I'm telling you is a belief system from the Quran. That's all it is. It's not. There is no proof for what I say, or there is
Right.
no proof. There is a God. There
Okay.
is no
Let
proof.
me
There is a God.
I'm
Even
trying to
Quran,
convey
Allah.
this point to you. I'm trying to convey this one point to you that it should be suspicious to you yourself, I mean, that your position, anyone who disagrees with this, with the existence of God, for example, is lying.
Yes.
You don't think that there's any room that someone honestly believes something opposing to you.
No, 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 no. They
Not
are,
even there's no
unless they are
chance.
unless they are mentally retarded.
Unless they
Could not
are
think
mentally
themselves.
retarded, there is no
Yes.
way that someone who disagrees with you on the existence of God is being honest in their.
No, no, no. They are just lying to themselves. They have some kind of justification, this and that and that and this, but they are all lies. Just like a life on earth cannot be started by itself, but they say it can, but they don't know how it can. So they are clearly lying about these things.
So, okay, so I've been talking in like third person for a while. I am someone who doesn't, I don't know if we started because some entity made us or many entities or none at all. I don't know about any of that. I don't believe in any of the religions. I think that they are all man made. Am I lying to you about this?
No, no. There is only one God, and every religion worship the same God, and they receive corrupted message. They receive their religion corrupted. Even Islam became a corrupted. So they everybody worship the same God, and
Right. I'm telling you, I don't think so. I think none of them are from God. So when I say that, am I lying to you? Do I actually believe that this is God and I'm lying?
yes, according to God, atheists are liar.
So do I seem like a liar in this conversation?
According to God, you are a liar.
Do you Okay, according to God I am a liar. About anything else except for that question of God's existence, do you think I'm a liar?
No, I told you, kafir means a liar,
No, no, I
and
understand
atheist.
that. I'm saying in the course of this conversation and other conversations, anything that is not about God, do you think that I am a liar in what I'm telling you? Or do you
No,
trust
no,
that what
no,
I'm
no,
telling you
no.
is the truth?
It's not about the God. You, you don't have to be lying about it. You don't have to lie about it.
So what so you're certain that if it's about God, I am lying. If it's anything else, I may be telling the truth.
Yes, when you say God does not exist, you lying.
I am lying. So what could possibly make me an honest person most of the time except when talking about this one thing?
Because you have, well, maybe you don't like authority, over you, to run your life, to tell you what to do, what not to do. You may not like it, or you may have some lifestyle. You want to have girls, want to drink, or you want to do your way of life, so you deny God. So there are many hundred of reasons. Or you may
So
be,
yeah.
one more thing. You
Mhm.
may hate Muslims because they are asshole, did whatever terrorism or whatever the things. So you come to conclusion you Muslim are terrorists, evil people. So maybe, so therefore Allah doesn't exist, Islam is
Wait,
false,
so you'll
Muslim
take
are
all of
terrorists.
that, you will take any of those reasons, any or all of those reasons over me saying, "No, it's none of those reasons. I just don't believe in God." You will believe any of those before you believe me.
No, no. If you deny God, you are a liar.
I understand that, but I'm trying to demonstrate here that you may believe, like, if you think I'm a liar of a person, what is the point of this conversation? That's something that I touched on in the
No,
beginning
no.
of the live stream, right? It,
We can have a congress, and it doesn't matter. It's my belief. I'm explaining to you my belief system, and you explaining your system.
right, but I'm saying it's unproductive to have a conversation with a liar of a person, right? I'm not calling you a liar at all, right? I'm saying if you were a liar, right? If I knew that you are a known liar, I would not have a conversation because I have to operate on the presumption, like I said earlier in the live stream, that the person is telling the truth on the other side of things. This is almost like prophetic, the way that I spoke about this before this conversation. I said that we have to presume that the other person is telling the truth. So I am asking you, why would you waste your time talking to someone that you know is telling you a lie?
Look, if to me to accept you, you lying about God, I have to reject my religion. So make you feel, oh, he does not reject Islam because of you know you know. I have to believe you lying because my God, my holy book said he programmed your brain with to believe in God. So if you reject, then you lying.
I understand that, and
You
I
may not
appreciate you
lie.
saying that.
You may not lie in other matter. You may not lie in other matter. Just like me, I will not lie in some matter. Some matter I lie. So it's not like you are just lying in every matter.
I understand where you're coming from. So you're saying, aside from this topic, you don't have a reason to suspect that I'm lying about other things. So
No,
it,
no, I don't have to suspect in other thing you lying. I don't
I
have to.
understand that. I'm saying what I'm trying to arrive at here is that you can sometimes tell when someone is a liar. There are signs when someone is lying. And I presumably these signs are not very abundant here. So you don't really suspect that I'm lying about other things, except the thing that you know that if you don't see me as a liar about faith, then the holy book is wrong and your faith is wrong and you cannot have that. So what I'm saying is, against your observation of how I am as a person, how I converse, not seeming like a liar, against those, you will trust that the book says that I'm a liar over your own observations of the conversation.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Let's prove over here. Explain to me why you reject the God. Then we will see you lying or not. Tell
So
me.
there's a possibility
We
if I give
claim.
you, yeah, I'm happy to do
We,
it, but
uh,
is there a possibility that I will tell you something and you will think, you know what, he's not lying?
yes, I can tell you. You explain to me. We claim God created this life on earth. Every life He created, and now you have to explain to me without God how this possible, and you have to explain to me. Then I will even myself I will stop believing in God. You explain to me logically, rationally. Don't just jump a billion year happen this that. Just don't tell that. Just explain to me without God how could this life on earth came about. Go ahead.
So just before I do that, right, before I start answering that question, I want to reiterate there is a possibility that I will tell you something, right, for why I believe that there is no God, or at least that Allah is not God. There is no God giving out religions. If I give you a good enough reason, you'll believe that I'm not lying about my belief.
If you explain logically, rationally, then I will believe you.
Right. And you don't have to believe me. And this is the distinction, the important one that I'm trying to make. You don't have to agree with me about my conclusion. You don't have to think, you don't have to believe that there is no God at the end of my explanation. But there is a chance you will believe that I am telling the truth, that I don't believe in God. Right.
Yeah.
Even though that would go against your religion.
Yeah. I mean, if you explain to me how life came about on earth, I will give up on believing in God.
But I'm not asking you to do that. But
No,
I'll
no,
let
no,
you
no.
listen to that
I,
again.
my,
So,
my my whole purpose, my own reason to believe in God, the life on earth created by somebody. If you prove me, no, it can come without a creator, then I will give up believing in God. I mean,
But
there is
we're
no
not
point.
having the same conversation here, because what I'm trying to say is I don't believe that if a creator created everything, that we know what it is. That's my position. But I can believe that you sincerely believe that. You sincerely believe that Allah created everything. And I can disagree with your conclusion, but I believe that you're telling the truth. Is it possible for you to disagree with my conclusion, but believe that I am telling the truth
No.
about what I believe in myself?
Oh, you can believe. You can believe. I mean, you believe. I mean, you have all those justification. I'm not saying you don't have justification to believe there is no God. All those you have, but you made up all those things. And when you get a question from within yourself, and then you ignore those questions, how life came about, and you just ignore. Oh, maybe happened. The scientists say this and that must happen evolving
So you're
once.
saying any answer I give you right now, right? Any answer I give you, unless it convinces you that there is no creator and Islam is false, there is no other position. Either I'm a liar, or there is no creator and Islam is false. There is no in between. I can't be honest and Islam is real. That's not a possibility.
No, it's not possibility unless you explain life how came on earth, a logical, rational, truthful explain, then you can be truth. You have a truth.
Okay, but before I can attempt to do that, which is not even the position that I'm taking here, do you think that Islam has explained and proved beyond a shadow of a doubt how God created us? Not just that God created us, but how it happened, that it actually happened. Because here's where I'm at a disadvantage. I'm supposed to prove to you the non-existence of something, first of all, which is impossible to prove. And secondly, to prove to you something that people have been studying for so long and getting closer to understanding, when your position does not require any proof. Your position is just filling a gap of us not knowing how we got here, therefore God. So
Yes. Yeah, because
so
there
your
is no.
position is just filling the gap then. You're not really actually explaining how God created everything, if that is true or not.
If God created this earth, there is no other explanation. If you have some other, if God does not create this life,
Right.
you
Say
should have
I'm
an explanation.
say I'm open to believing, right? Which I am. I'm always open to believing. How would you convince me that God created the earth?
Because there is no other explanation to
No,
who
there.
created.
So
No,
by process of elimination, then we've looked at all the explanations and realized that it can only be that God created it. That's what you're saying.
yeah, because there is no other explanation who created life.
But how? Okay, what do you define as God creating life? What is the definition of God?
God is a power who has consciousness, who can plan, who can think, who can see. That's a God who has power to create other things.
But why does God have to have consciousness and a personality? Like, what if God
Bec-
just created us and just is an energy? God doesn't care, doesn't have a personality.
no, but he has to have consciousness to think about it. But
Why?
if he does not have consciousness, so how can he be creating something he does not even
Okay,
know
let
his
me give you
own
an example.
existence?
Let me give you an example to make my point here. Say I'm walking outside and the way that my shoe hit the ground, it made a hole, and then like my other shoe kind of covered it up. So it made a little bit of a dirt cave, like a hole. And then an animal or an insect found that hole and lived in it. I didn't consciously, intentionally create a home for the insect, but I created a home for the insect without meaning to. That's an example of I didn't create matter from nothing, right? This is just an analogy. But here I was doing something without consciousness, without intention, and it made a home for an ant. In this case, I am saying, why isn't it possible, hypothetically at all, that God could have created all of this, either accidentally, maybe on purpose, but without having a personality and having any investment in all of this? Why does it make it so obvious that God has to have a personality and he has to care and be angry and sad and happy?
No, you see, when we human created a lot of things, like a car and bicycle, TV, plane, a lot of things we invented, all those things. We have to plan this thing. We are a conscious being that's make possible to create other thing. God has to be conscious being like us to create other thing. Without a conscious being, without a brain, without everything, to be creating other things. Without human will never be able to create if we don't have a consciousness, hand, pair, leg, everything. So yet all these things make us able to create other things. So same way with God.
I don't really follow that, but that's okay. And I want to make it a point to explain to you that there is nothing that I will say or want to try to say to convince you that there is no creator. My position is that I don't know how we came to exist, but I know that it's not the claims that are made by religions. That would paint me as a kafir in Islam. But you're saying that I actually know that Allah exists, but I'm lying to myself about it and to
Yeah,
you.
yeah, that's true. That's true. That's
Okay.
Allah said that. I'm not saying Allah said atheists are liar, kafir.
Okay.
Kafir who means who hide truth. And you are hiding the truth is God. There is a God. You know it and you hiding it.
So, despite my apparent honesty about everything else, despite you wanting to have a conversation with me, all that aside, I must be a liar because the book says that I'm a liar.
Yeah, that's what God said. He programmed your brain to believe in God and to believe in morality, and you denying all those things, then you are a liar and you are a kafir.
Okay.
Don't take personally. This is my belief system. That's why where it's come from. I may sound you arrogant, all those things. This is my belief, and belief is just a belief. Belief is not something. Uh,
No, beliefs aren't just beliefs. And here's what I want to say. I'm not taking it personally against you, Syed. Like, I'm not offended here. I'm not like angry because of this. And now I want to end the call. I was expecting that. I've had this conversation many times. But we can't just wash our hands from it and say, you can't take this personally because it's in my book. So it has no consequences on real life. So it's not personal. You can't just, like, we can't just hide awful opinions or beliefs behind holiness of religion, because this belief does have consequences. Like, if I believe that you're lying to me because of whatever it is my background is, I believe that you're lying to me or to yourself, that affects how I treat you. If I think you're a delusional person or either retarded, delusional, or a liar, if these are my options, then I'm going to treat you differently than a person who's honest. So you can't just say that it's not personal, you know?
yeah, yeah. This is my part of my belief system. I can't do anything about that. That's just a part of my belief.
Mhm. And I appreciate your honesty today, and I'm not in any way upset at you. I'm glad that you're here to talk to us and tell us what you believe.
Yeah, yeah. We have to make a clear things. So thank you for giving me time. I don't
Mhm.
mean to say bad things. Even I don't say other religion bad. I don't say that. I believe every religion's path to God. Every religion people, those who follow God and do good thing, name of God, they all go to Jannah. Not like Muslims say only Jannah only for Muslim, heaven only for Muslim. That's not what God say in the Quran. Allah clearly say those who believe in God and do good, they will have no fear in the day of judgment. They will not be have fear in their heart.
Mhm.
So that's what my belief. And thank you for you gave me a lot time, and so I appreciate that.
For sure. Yeah, and enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you, sir.
Bye bye. All right. Thanks again to the caller. I'm gonna say a couple of things, and then I'll get to the chats that I had wanted to highlight, and then I'll get to the next caller. So there's a lot of people pointing out how a lot of Muslims would disagree with that caller. And I didn't need to make it a point to remind him. He knows that, of course. He already said a lot of Muslims would call him a kafir. And my point isn't to try to convince him that he's not consistent with the rest of the book and all that kind of stuff. That's for him to go through. I was very interested in that last point we were talking about, and it highlights a very good point. And some were saying that I need to hang up. I didn't want to hang up, and I'm glad I did not hang up, because even if I really disagree with the person, it's very interesting to hear more, and it's good to let him finish his thoughts. It's good to arrive at the conclusions, because I think the most important part of that conversation was the last part of it, is the conclusion of it. So he doesn't seem like a hateful person. He doesn't seem like he came here with any animosity. He wasn't shouting at me. He wasn't angry at me. He didn't say horrible things about me personally. He even had that sentiment, please don't take this personally. It's just what my religion tells me I have to believe. But it was interesting how he highlighted how he almost has no choice but to have that position. Like he said it, that this is what my religion says. I can't go against that. And I want to highlight that, because people say, why do you just not let people believe whatever they want to believe? In a sense, I do. I'm not forcing anyone out of their beliefs. But I don't think that they should go uninspected, because beliefs have consequences, right? People, the way that you see others, what you believe about yourself, what you believe about the world, it affects how you interact every day. Like when it comes to a situation, for example, where you have to choose between two people, say for a job, and one of them you think is inherently a liar about at least one thing in their life, right? At least about God, about the most important thing in life, you think they're a liar, and even they don't know it. Aren't you more likely to pick the other person, even if the first one had more merit? That's just a very simple, benign, almost example of that. So, yeah, I just wanted to highlight that even though I disagree, I don't take it personally, but it is personal. We cannot just brush it off and say, I'm sorry that I think that that my belief says that your sexual orientation is deplorable and you're the reason why the earth is going to hell. I'm sorry, you don't take this personally. It's just what my God said. That is why I think sometimes we need to dismantle this idea of God when people have bad conclusions because of it. It's not because I dislike people having comfort. It's not because I dislike people believing false things. If there's no consequence to it, who am I to change their mind? But I think these things have consequences. And at the end of the day, if a book can make you distrust your senses, your conclusions, your observations of how the person in front of you is obviously not a liar about everything, at least like if he really thought I was a dishonest, lying person, he wouldn't be here today. He doesn't think so. But against all of that, one has to believe what the book says, unfortunately. And that was just important to highlight. Anyway, I'll get to the next callers. Super chats first, and then the next callers, and whatever other chats I have bookmarked. So thanks for the super chat. Slam Channel USA says, put this towards buying a logo of yourself wearing your hat and put it on your hat. You could even sell them. Peace and love, Charlie. Well, thank you for that, Charlie. I don't know how I feel about merchandise or anything, but I will look into that, into getting a logo and wearing it here. It might look silly though, but I will try. Paul says, thank you for the super chat. Paul says, I'm a liar when Allah is the one who allowed his previous religions and books to be corrupted, then allowed the hadith of his final prophets to be corrupted. So that's in regards to the previous conversation that I was having. I mean, I see a lot of inconsistency in Islam, and I feel like if God was honest and he is more than capable of creating a religion that is incorruptible, why does it have to be one and done? Why does it have to be word of mouth and little booklets here and there? And he said, she said, well, mostly he says, unless the she is Aisha. And that's how most of Islam is built on, the word of mouth of other men that was eventually written down, including the Quran. Isn't there a better way for God to do this? Isn't there a way for God to like renew his membership, renew his subscription to God I don't know, religion plus to like reveal a religion every few years to make it very clear that this is still from him. But I don't know if that's dishonesty on God's part or just a hole in the plot. But to me, I see that as a problem. Anyway, I will get to the next caller. The next caller is Nameless. Nameless, I hope you're ready because I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hi Aladdin, I'm good. How are you?
I am good, thank you. So tell me, what do you believe and why do you believe it to be true?
I don't specifically have any kind of belief. Like, I am kind of agnostic.
Wait, before we get to that, actually, I forgot to ask you a few questions first, if you don't mind. How did you hear of me or the channel or this live stream?
Yeah, I have been a big follower of you from a very long time, and I've always wanted to join in one of your live streams, but I never had the time, because of the time differences. I live in the Middle East, that's why.
Okay. How did you first come across my channel? Do you remember?
Yeah, I found out during my research, like I'm an ex-Muslim, so I found out during my research,
Okay.
like about Islam.
Okay. And what motivates you to join the call today? You said you've wanted to do it for a while. Why?
Um, I don't know why, but I just wanted to share my opinions.
Okay, that's valid. And what do you hope that you gain from this conversation?
Just a different perspective, and I want to know what other people think as well.
Okay. Yeah. So you said you are agnostic.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you?
It means someone who I don't follow a certain religion, but I believe in God. I believe that there has to be a creator, and but I don't think that God is, you know, exclusive to any religion.
What makes you believe that there is a God?
Yeah. Wait, you asked what makes me believe there is a God?
Yeah, you said you believe that there's a God, not exclusive to any religion. What gives you that belief?
Well, mainly it's because the theory of evolution to me didn't make any sense, and also something about this world also, like this world is so perfectly created and everything, so there has to be a god. And also, for me personally, I find having a god, like having someone to pray to, having a sense of protection over myself, is something that is really satisfying for me, if that makes sense.
Okay. So you mentioned that because you don't believe evolution, you don't believe that the evolution was the start of life. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, although I'm not so educated on that concept, but I do know a few things, and those things didn't make any sense to me.
Okay. Can you give me an example of such a thing that doesn't make sense?
For example, even Darwin said that his theory did not make sense to him. Like,
I'm not sure about that quote. So first, let me be clear. I'm not someone who says that evolution explains how we came to be. I don't know. I'm still reading into it. I don't have a strong position on it yet.
Like, for example, um, it cannot explain certain things. Like, if it were true, then how are those, they say apes and monkeys, right? How are they
Mm.
not, you know, transforming into human beings now? Like,
That's a very common question, and I think I can answer it.
yeah.
But again, I'm not someone who promotes that evolution is how life came to be. I don't yet have a strong opinion on that. But that common question I've heard a lot. It's as if you're saying, if my cousins exist, like how can I and my cousins exist at the same time? Well, because you're like two branches of the same family. Just because you turned out one way, or you went down a certain branch of like, I don't know, hereditary branch, doesn't mean that the other one doesn't exist. So it's not that over time all apes turned into all humans. That's not how it worked. But some species became the apes that we see today. Some species became the humans that we see today. So I don't know if I'm giving that idea justice, but it's not as simple as all of the apes suddenly turned into all of the humans.
Yeah, that makes sense. But although I want to say that that's not the only reason, but yeah, that is one of the reasons.
Well, let me tell you this. I'm still reading into all of that because I still can't understand, giving the basic mechanics of evolution, how the first life came to be. I'm still working on understanding that. Um, but I'm not yet dismissing that as a theory. But putting that aside, so there must have been, if not life came to be spontaneously through randomness and through evolution, there must have been a god or a creator. How do you define that god? What qualities does it have and why?
I see a kind, loving to everyone, like, and showing no discrimination, and like that God is loving, caring, nice, and everything, and like, and it does not discriminate against homosexuals and everything like that.
How do you know these qualities of that god? That it is a nice, caring god?
Okay, so first of all, I am not so educated on these things and I'm still learning about it.
Mm.
I'm still willing to learn, but I've come to that conclusion by myself.
No, and to make it clear, I'm not asking you to prove anything to me at all, or like to quote someone else who explains why. I'm asking, in your life, why do you feel that? I understand why you feel that God exists, because life exists and there must have been a creator. But what makes you so certain of the qualities that God has, the kindness, the love? Um, what is the source of these ideas about God to you?
It's I am not still so sure about that. I'm still on my journey and I'm still discovering these. I'm still learning about these things. So I don't think I can answer that. I think it's just my what I feel about myself and what I feel about it, about that thing.
Mhm. So you feel that it is a comfort. It's a comforting idea that there is a caring, loving God that is watching
Yeah,
over you.
yeah, exactly. That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it, and yeah, that's how I was made to feel actually.
Made to feel by what or who?
Like it was something like we got morals and everything from society and everything, and including religion. So I think I had this feeling that the creator might be a very loving, caring person, and one that does not discriminate against a group of people uh, or their orientation, sexual orientation, or a specific gender or anything.
Okay. So you're saying you got these ideas from religion and the society around you?
Yeah, and I'm not really sure about those things till now. I'm just really confused, and I I'm not really even sure if a creator even exists. Like, I'm totally delusional right now. Like, I don't even know what to think. So sometimes I pray, and sometimes I'm just, like, oh, there isn't a creator and all. Like, my thoughts keep changing all the time, so I am not even sure on what to believe anymore. But I kind of feel there is a creator, and at the same time, I just don't feel there's a creator. Like,
Hmm.
I don't know how to explain this. Have you ever been at this stage before, Aladdin?
I think so. I mean, I grew up believing that there's a creator, but I always had my questions and reservations, not realizing that they're doubts. At the time, they were just misunderstandings on my part, is what I thought. Um, right now, I don't feel as strongly as you do that there must be a creator. It's still a mystery to me, but I don't. I never used the creator as a source of comfort and care and love, because in the past, religion was a stressor for me, even as a believer, because I felt ashamed to ask that creator for anything when I have so many questions about his religion. So I wasn't exactly in the same boat as you, but I'm sure many people have. So I want to ask you, how do you feel about this confusion?
Can you repeat your question again? I'm sorry.
Sure, that's all right. How do you feel about your position right now, not knowing whether there is a creator? Sometimes you feel like there is, sometimes not. How does that make you feel in general?
It actually makes me feel crazy, to be honest, because sometimes the main reason why I think there is that during hard times we might need someone to, like, we might need someone to rely on. And even though it's not a physical being, it's something just inside our head. So the concept of having a creator actually comforts me, and it makes me feel good.
Hmm. Do you think that there's a way that you can have a belief in a creator going forward without it being tied to religion?
Yeah, I do believe that it should not be tied to any sort of ideology, but it is something, for me, it's a very personal thing. And I feel that I've created this whole reality for myself. I've created this whole thinking for myself, so that it helps me against anxiety. And I'm going through a lot of mental health issues right now, so it helps me having to know that there's a creator, making myself believe that there's a creator who is with me, and who can help me throughout this, makes me feel good, and it helps me get rid of my nervousness sometime.
Hmm. That is very interesting that you're aware of the effects that it has on you, even though you're
Yeah,
not sure of the belief, but it still has those effects on you sometimes.
yeah. It helps me. I think religion is helpful for people with mental health issues. So,
So, do you
as
think that
in,
if you found a way to deal with your mental health issues, if you found a way to soothe your anxiety and anything else that is not related to a belief in a creator, do you think that will affect your belief in a creator?
Maybe I think it might, but I'm still learning and researching more about it. So I have not still reached a conclusion I am listening to more of other people's opinions on things, so I am not really sure of them.
Okay. Yeah, but it's good that you're honest about to yourself. I mean, about not being sure and that you're looking into it and thinking about it. I appreciate you sharing all this with us, and I appreciate you being open with yourself about it. Yeah, and I urge you to find ways to, hopefully, as you continue your search, to find ways to deal with mental health issues that don't always involve God or a creator or a belief of some sort. Because if you have a way to deal with these mental health issues that is more consistent, then you don't have to worry about, what if I currently don't believe in God? What if I'm going through that one of those uncertainty times? So having something else to rely on would be better. But in the meantime, it sounds like it's helping you, I hope.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It helps me, you know, especially during hard times with my mental health. It helps me. It helps me a lot to know that. And also, I sometimes read a few comforting verses of the Quran, those nice verses of the Quran and the Bible. It actually helps me, although I don't actually believe in any religion. It actually helps me to know, like, anyways, all religions have this concept of God. So I think I can take any of those sort of ideas and make myself comforted with those ideas. And also, I like reading quotes about God and, like, God is love and everything else. But I'm not still sure whether it's true or not.
Well,
But I'm still
what
on my way.
do you feel like you need to urgently figure it out now, or are you taking your time with it?
I'm taking my time with it because there's already a lot of things going on with my life. So this is just a small part of my life, this research and everything. So I that's what I feel about it. I'm sorry, I have very bad English.
No, your English was fine. Thank you for sharing all this with us, and a lot of people wouldn't be able to talk about it so openly and honestly. So, yeah, thank you for sharing all that. Is
Thank
there
you.
anything that I can do to help you with your search somehow that I'm not currently doing?
You could. Are you a firm atheist?
No, as in, I believe that there is no creator, I
So
guess.
you
No,
can
I
act.
not really. My position is, I don't know how we came to be, right? I don't know how we came to life. I don't know if there's something bigger, but I think the idea that there is a creator with a personality that cares or hates or loves, all of that stuff is man-made. So, yeah, that's my
Okay.
position on it.
So I think you could make more videos about your position and why you think that God is the creator is not a loving, caring, hating, is not actually divine, and it is actually man-made. You can actually make some videos on that and educate us all. And also, if you're doing more research on evolution and the theory of evolution, then you can also educate us on that. You know, it'll be really
Sure.
helpful for many people like me.
Yeah. I don't see it as like, if I do make that first video idea, which is a good one, telling people why I believe that God is man-made. Um, I wouldn't see it as educating people, because it's not some sort of thing that I'm educating them about. It would be telling them how I arrived at that conclusion. And about evolution, there are a lot of people already made videos to educate people with better knowledge than I. But if I have more realizations based on my research, then I will be sure to make a video about it and share that. So thanks for those suggestions.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah,
And also, you're doing a great work. I appreciate all of what are you doing.
thank you. Thanks for saying that.
Thank you.
Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you, Aladdin.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Thank you to Nameless for calling in. So we still have a few callers, and unfortunately, I can't take any new callers. And if you would like to join, please come a bit closer to the beginning of the live stream so I can add you in. But right now, I have 3 more to go, I believe. At least 3. Yeah, 3 more to go. Couple of them, I believe, are Hindu, and one is Muslim. So this should be very interesting. So the next caller I'm taking is Hara Krishna. I'm taking you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Krishna, Hare Krishna, all things are good, brother. How are you?
I am good, thanks. Wait, there's a huge lag, I guess, and a lot of echo. So I'm gonna mute you every time I'm talking, so that you don't hear my voice. Anyway, so I'd like to ask you, how did you find my channel? What do you hope to get out of this conversation today?
I just find your channel, like I'm scrolling up, and like your videos come.
Oh, you're muted again. By the way, thanks, Roy, for the super chat. That's very nice of you. I wonder if the caller can't continue. Huh. I'll remove you in a couple of... Hey,
I say I just see your channel and like click on it, so I come. It's simple.
okay. And what do you hope to gain from the conversation today?
I just you are talking about that God exists or not, so it's the topic. So what
Well, then I'm going to ask you, what do you believe and why do you believe that it is true?
I believe in God because the earth can create like nothing to automatically anything can created. So anyone who create this,
So do you believe in a specific idea about God or just a general idea that we are here because God created us?
I believe in Krishna
And why do you believe that Krishna is the truth?
because Krishna say in Bhagavad Gita.
So why do you believe that that is a holy scripture, or that is true?
I believe it's holy scriptures because Krishna say I'm God. So it's holy scripture already.
So why don't you believe other religions that claim that their book says that they're God? What makes Krishna so special, or what makes it more believable than the other religions?
See, I really know. What's your question? Can you repeat?
Why do you believe that this is a holy scripture and that Krishna is God? And what makes it different than other beliefs and other scripture that claim that they know what God is?
किसी से नहीं वीडियो देख रहा हूँ कहाँ जा रहे हैं
Is now not a good time to talk?
just
All right. If now's not a good time, I can move on to the next caller and then take you afterwards.
I have time just okay, we can continue.
Yeah, so my question was, you said that you believe that God is Krishna because it's in the scripture, but what makes this scripture any more believable than other religions that claim that they know what God is?
Because Krishna is very lovely kind of personality. It's not like I am very I mean he was He was lovely. Mean, not like else I read Quran, and really I don't.
So, without getting into comparing it with the Quran or Islam, I mean, Jesus was told to be a very nice guy. Do you believe in Krishna because it's a very nice personality?
Yes, it's a very nice personality, and he give a very, very, very much knowledge in Bhagavad Gita. If you read it one time, so you will know.
Okay, I am tempted to move to the next caller, but I want to give you another chance to explain to me, is that enough for you to form a belief on? And what makes it different than someone who believes in another religion where there is a nice personality that taught a lot of nice things? What makes yours specifically more believable to you? Or did you even consider these other religions?
See, if I have to tell you, so I have to give references like that Krishna say if you can believe in Bhagavad Gita, so that's I can give you references from Bhagavad Gita that what Krishna say. If you accept that as a truth, so I can give you.
No, I don't think that would be productive. So it's basically that there's stuff in the scripture that says that Krishna is good and God, but is there anything specifically that, yeah, I don't even know how to formulate the question. I don't know. Is there anything that you want to ask me?
No, I don't wanna ask you anything. If you have any question, you can ask me.
Well, nothing really more specific than that. I wanted to know what is different about not just that Hinduism had good things, but what makes you certain that Hinduism is true and not the other religions out there, without specifically comparing it to Islam or a specific religion? Is there anything about Hinduism that stands true on its own?
Because the thing that the knowledge Bhagavad Gita gave, any not any book can give, because it's really you have to read it, then you can know. I can like just say, so you have to own read it one time that I can show you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for joining today. And unless there's anything else that you want to ask or add, I will move on to the next caller.
Mm, no, nothing for now. Otherwise, that was complicated if I point out any religion. So.
All right. Well, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Take care. All right. I am going to the next caller. Fine. I will take one extra caller then. The next caller, I believe, is Sammy. Sammy is also a Hindu, so we'll probably be talking about a similar topic, and I think we've spoken before. Sammy, if you're ready, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
I don't like this picture. I don't like this picture that we have. This is too awkward.
Let me see if I can. You can turn off the camera.
Oh, I can?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
There we
This
go.
is good. All right, perfect.
Yeah, so you are a Hindu, right?
Yes, sir.
Well,
Yeah, we've
what
talked.
do you?
We've spoken before.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
What do you believe, and why do you believe it to be true?
Yeah. So, obviously, Hinduism is it's a spectrum, right? It's the isms of Hind. Hind in Arabic, I'm sure you know, is the name for India, right? Al-Hind. Persian. So when we say Hinduism, we're referring to a spectrum of traditions. That guy, last guy was super embarrassing, but like he's obviously like loves Krishna. Krishna's awesome. Can't explain why, but he has this inclination to like the deity of Krishna, right? I don't. I could care less about Krishna. So it's just like this is the spectrum, and I think Hinduism is like the identity that kind of brings us all together. So even though he's probably has more in common with the Christian, I probably have more in common with you as an agnostic atheist. We consider ourselves one and the same, and it's awesome. We can pray together, we can like sit together, and so on and so forth. We kind of we see ourselves as the same identity, and so that's the difference. In terms of what I believe, I think what I would say is my school of thought. We call it the Sampradaya. My school of thought is called Advaita Vedanta, and this idea is the recognition that we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. Just the way I like run it down is like, the way I explain it is, think about like, how do you identify yourself? So we always talk about the ego. That's the way you identify the self. Your ego consists of your name, your nationality, your job sometimes, your body, your memories. And what we recognize is that these things are temporary. These are not eternal, intrinsic things about you. Your name is only like Aladdin because you chose it. You know, your parents probably named you your name, so that's not intrinsic to you. You could have given any name. Even your body, it grows old, it dies, it decays. And so that's not intrinsic to you. So deep down, once you strip away all of these elements of the ego, even your memories, because think about people with Alzheimer's, right? Their memories go away, but the self, the consciousness continues, be it very little. So that intrinsic self we call the Atma. That is the true self. And if I do the same thing to me or anyone on this live, we arrive at the same uniform essence of Atma. So we say that all of that is uniform, it is all identical, therefore it is all the same, it's the same. This is the premise of Advaita Vedanta, and this is probably what mainstream Hinduism is all about. This is the final conclusion. So even if you take all the different beliefs of India, you can put Sikh, you can bring Buddhism and Jainism into the fold, they all have the same belief. We are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. So yeah, that's what we believe.
So how do you know that that belief is actually true, you know, outside of you, that it is objectively true, that we all have this, we're all boiled down to this shared consciousness, the Atma, as you called it, right?
Yeah. So yeah, and so Atma refers like the true self, and then when you think of it as a collective, it is called Brahman. Fun fact, Edward Schrödinger, who's like the father of like quantum mechanics, he has this very famous second equation. He says Atma equals Brahman. He self-aggrandizingly calls that Schrödinger's second equation. But like, you know, how do we know this is true? I don't think like we can, there's no like some literal substance that we are measuring that is like, oh, this is Atma. It's a philosophical principle. So we're trying to understand the nature of self. I mean, that's the whole point of religion and philosophy is like, what is life? Who are we? You know, in the scripture, it says, Goham iti. Goham iti is one of the first words of the Upanishads, which is our Vedic scripture. And it's basically saying, who am I? And that's one of the fundamental questions of Hinduism, is it's the exploration of that question. And so for me, Atma is not some literal like substance or some spirit that exists that's within me. It's a philosophical principle. In the Buddhist tradition, or even in the Kashmiri Shaiva tradition, they say that this is shunya, it's zero, it's empty. So when you strip away the ego, you are left with this sort of divine emptiness, which I don't even know what that means. They could probably explain it better than I could. But so to me, it's like a philosophical principle. How are you articulating it? So that's sort of how I look at the Atma. Not like a literal, you know, thing that you can measure or observe. It's sort of like, what do you arrive at once you strip away all the elements of the ego? So something like that. Yeah. Okay.
My next question would be then, what do you do with that philosophy or information?
Sure. Yeah. So from there, once you like kind of go from there, right? All the bhajans and the gods and the epics, you know, Ramayana, Mahabharata, all of that is a grand articulation of that. It points you in that direction. So we explain it in infinite different ways with all of these different stories, all of these different characters, the elephant gods and the blue gods, or so on and so forth. People ask you, why do you have so many gods? It's like different symbolic representations to help us understand that and to function in society. So like when we, you know, if we recognize that, the rest of it is, how do we meditate? How should we live our lives on a daily basis? So a lot of Hindus are vegetarian, or try to be as close to vegetarian as possible. Not everyone's perfect, you know. You know, we live a life, we call it sattvic, which is like eating habits, you know, meditation habits. We can do japam, which is like meditative, like chanting, try to get ourselves into that meditative state. And so by doing that, you know, we can't fully kill our ego. That's impossible. We can't like kill your sense of self. But what you can do, and I think what is healthy, is to reduce your ego as much as possible, to not live a life so egotistically, right? So we want to, you know, one of the first things that comes out of it is if this is all, if the self isn't real, like the way I identify myself as Sammy isn't real, then we say that life, our existence, is an illusion. And if it's an illusion, then don't take life so seriously, right? Don't sweat the small stuff. And so I think that's sort of why it's important to have that philosophy. And that's why I argue that philosophy. And so for people like, when you had Nameless on, who clearly rejected Islam as an ideology or whatever, but held on to this intrinsic belief that there had to have been a God. People rationalize it with kalam, cosmological, or all sorts of things. But, I don't like atheism because you can't kill someone's desire to believe in God. That's just not going to happen. You can tell them as many times as possible, there's no evidence, but it's not going to make that go away for them. And it's only going to entrench them further into mental health illness. So for me, something like this, like a recognition that we are all one consciousness, very, very secular in nature, doesn't come with any divine commandments or else you're going to hell. To me, this is like a form of healthy spirituality. And I know that there's definitely problems within the Hindu society, and there's certainly backwards practices that have to be addressed, but having that sort of secular nature to them and not sort of backing it with divine commandment, well, God said so we have to do this. I think this is a healthy form of spirituality and allows for reform in society. So it allows that progressive secular nature that I think liberal society has, but allows a spiritual element like Advaita Vedanta to be introduced into it. So that's why I think it's important.
But it's you had mentioned that some people, they have a desire to find God, and you can't take that desire out of them, and it'll only cause them to have more mental illness.
Yeah.
I don't see the transition from wanting to find God to this kind of spirituality, though, because it clearly lacks a God as its main feature, right?
It lacks, so sure. It's, maybe you're right. It's not God in the Abrahamic sense, right? There's no personality to it. And I think and that's where the many gods come in. I think you can project the desired personality into it if you wish. So but yeah, to me, Brahman, which is the collection of Atma, right? That the supreme consciousness. To me, it's not, I wouldn't even call it God, you're right. It's more of a divine consciousness or divine idea, principle that we are meditating upon. And I think from there, it's not God in and of itself, but when people meditate on that Brahman, I think then people can project a personality that they like or whatever. Like Hara, for example, he projects Krishna onto that Brahman. And that's cool. That's his thing. He's like, oh, I love Krishna. Krishna wrote Bhagavad Gita. I don't know why that scripture is divine, but I think it's divine or some, So he has that belief. He's never really questioned, but that's his prerogative, to him projecting whatever personality he wants. And so I think from there, it does become quote unquote God.
Well, then it seems like more of a vessel for religion than an actual religion.
Sure. Yeah, that's Hinduism. It's a vessel for religion. That's a beautiful way of articulating it. But to me, that's the beauty of Hinduism. It's fluid. It allows you to project your ideas and beliefs onto it. So it's dynamic for that. It's inelastic. I think those features that you're describing is why it survived. It's the oldest religion or oldest spiritual tradition, is because it's been able to adapt to the different circumstances of its time. And so in different present circumstances, political circumstances, social circumstances, it's been able to take a new form. And to me, I want to continue that. I hate dogmatism. And I know that there are people in the Hindu fold that hold on to dogma, like, oh, well, our ancestors did this and we have to continue. But no, it's never like that. People have always brought in the new. I always say that Dharma is all about critiquing the old and bringing in the new. Like, for example, and people hate to hear this, but it's true. Cows, for example, beef is you hear cows are very holy. That wasn't a thing for a long, long time in Hinduism. In fact, in the Vedas, you'll see stuff about cow sacrifices, something to that effect. It's something like that. But and you'll know that ancient Indian society, they ate beef. That not anymore. Now it's very holy. But this is because of the nature that cows played. And so they sort of projected this divine or some sacredness to cows. That's the evolution of Hinduism. That's what I like. And I know someone said this before to me. It's I was debating, Muslim. He's like, well, our laws don't change. Hinduism keeps changing. I like that. I don't want to be enshrined in some 7th century law and have to defend that forever. I want to keep progressing. I want to keep thinking. And I think Hinduism is the only religion, along with the other dharmic faiths, maybe Taoism and Shinto and Confucianism, that allows you to do that. So yeah.
Well, Hinduism is extremely slippery to define, it seems, and understand, especially for the masses, without getting into specific flavors of it. I guess like what you describe is seems like it's probably not how most Hindus view Hinduism. Is that accurate, or is that
No, I
wrong?
don't think so. I think any sort of you ask people who like kind of passively follow it and don't really think about it, maybe they have a different belief. I also think that our understanding of religion is defined by Christianity and Islam just because they're the mainstream, and so that often gets projected. So people will often project their beliefs about those religions onto us. But I think any sort of anyone who's like I hate the word educated. It sounds so pretentious, but like anyone who's like really studied it to a degree, I think would mirror exactly everything I'm saying. I think you can talk to any seriously studied Hindu, maybe like a Swamiji of some sort. It's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, but religions are typically for the masses, right? And it's what really what interests me is how the masses take it, right? Not just individual interpretations of it. So I'm curious, like how do the masses of Hindus have a similar view to yours, or are they all in their own denominations of it?
Yeah, so I think people are in their own denominations. If everyone has their own beliefs, and that's why Hinduism it is a fuzzy term, right? It's people don't like hearing it, but it's a 20th century word. People say Sanatana Dharma. I'm sure you heard that word before. Again, it's an 18th century word to just replace Hinduism, because Hindu is like Persian or whatever. But again, it's sort of it's a belief to sort of collectivize Indian isms. You can really use the word Indianism, and you're at the same place as Hinduism. And so yeah, you're right. But then when you go into Advaita or Dvaita or like ISKCON's Hare Krishna stuff, yeah, you'll get different articulated beliefs. But for me, and I think what sort of encompasses it is what I said previously, which is like we are all Atma, right? When we strip down our ego, that's like a central like belief in all of them, and like you'll go as far as like someone who's chanting Hare Krishna or whatever, those ISKCON people, they're very much like Christians. Like you replace Krishna with Christ, it's the same thing. We all believe in Christ. I'm saved through Krishna, so on and so forth. Krishna, everything up to Krishna died for my sins. It's literally the same thing. And then you have something like what I believe. You have something like Sankhya philosophy, also a very atheistic philosophy. We call that Gnostica, which is probably closer to what you believe or any like atheist believes, and with like specific life guiding principles. And so, what I guess I'm not here to tell you that like, oh, well, this is the coherent ideology of Hinduism. I'm here to tell you that doesn't exist, and that Hinduism is a spectrum. And to me, like, I'm here to give you the accurate picture of what Hinduism is about. There isn't like a central belief, or like there's not like central tenets of Hinduism. We have scriptures called the Vedas that kind of unites most of us, not all of us. Some people still reject the Vedas, and from those, people articulate their own beliefs that come out of it. These are the schools of thoughts. And I think that's what makes that scripture so unique and interesting, is that so many different beliefs can come out of it. Hinduism is a product of debate and dialectic. People debate these ideas out, and from there they like kind of evolve their schools of thought. But
that brings me. Sorry, go ahead.
In the spirit of that, we decided as a collective to be like, even though you and I disagree and we debate all the time, we consider ourselves Hindu. We are still one. We identify as the same. And I guess what makes Hinduism is simply to participate in that grand debate, that sort of that grand narrative of India's cultural and spiritual tradition. And I think that's as far as you can say.
I find that very interesting, because if I believe in something and someone else believes in another flavor of it that is so very different, I feel like I wouldn't want the same label, because there's a lot of nuance that
we're built different.
Yeah. But I have a question about then all of this. Do you believe that there is some sort of independent truth to this philosophy, or do you believe that it resonates with you and that's why you believe it?
So I personally, I do have my own truth. I'm not going to project that onto anyone, right? So I do believe that, like, the idea that life is an illusion. We call that the Maya. It's the grand Leela. It's like a divine stage play. So we sort of look at life as a divine stage play. Those are like, quote unquote, I don't know, they kind of teeter on metaphysics, or you can look at it as like a philosophical framework. So is that an objective truth? I would never be so bold to say that that's true for all of us, and like, because then I'd be arguing it and so on and so forth. But I think that it is helpful, it's useful, and honestly, if there's any way to really point it out, I would say that it's as useful as reading any philosophical scripture from any part of the world. You go to Chinese philosophy and you read that, you're not reading it because they're saying this is the objective truth. That's very Abrahamic. Like, before you read this, just know that this is the word of God, therefore accept everything that's said, or else you're going to go to hell. That's not like the sort of way I think most texts work, right? And so I would like, you read Kant, you read Descartes, they have these philosophical treatises, these meditations that you can read and get genuine value out of. And I think, you reading Bhagavad Gita, you will get genuine life advice and ways to look at the world that maybe you haven't considered before, that I think have practical use in your life. And I think none of it should ever use some circular logic like, oh, because this is true because it's the word of God. Mm-hmm.
I have no opinion on whether it's helpful or not, obviously, because I haven't tried it. So like, just for the audience because I know a lot of people would want me to push back on certain points, but I'm not here to really do that or argue the validity of what you're saying.
Go ahead. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but like, all I'm thinking of is you are right, and it's good to note that the point of believing in it because it's objectively the truth is very much Abrahamic, I think. Do you go about in life believing in things because they're objectively true, or because it's the most convenient or best to believe in at the moment? I think it's probably the latter.
But that's not like a blanket. You can't make a blanket statement like that. So when it comes to scientific things, right? When I'm trying to understand the natural world, of course, objective truth. When you're trying to understand like the ways, like more metaphysical things, right? Things about how, like, ethics, how you should live your life, so on and so forth. There's no, like, unless you believe in objective morality, you would never argue that we can like scientifically figure out what we should and should not do. These things have to be philosophically debated out. And sometimes it requires like having a different outlook on life or a different framework of life. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah. I just wanted to know if it's a component of your belief is that it must be an objective truth for me to believe it or practice it, but that does not seem to be the case. So that's interesting.
Yeah. There's one last thing I wanted to get into, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I think that like you asked me last time about like caste system, and I know you didn't ask me this time, and like this is often like a very like sensitive topic to talk about. I don't think I did justice last time I spoke about it. I wasn't sure about it. And I realized that the more I learned and I educated myself and I discussed it with Dalit communities, or we call it V4 communities, I realized that I was way out of my depth in my understanding. And the way we understand about it in the West is so wrong. It's riddled with misinformation, and we don't realize the extent of which colonization, British occupation, had a role in playing. But I actually spoke to a lot of low caste communities in India over the course of in the last few months, just to get like a really good idea. And to me, it was like, so I just wanted to get into it. I think like this, I think we try to say that, oh, Hinduism promotes caste. It's just a wrong narrative. I think it's peddled by missionary groups to sort of get converts. And it's peddled, sort of by like, Western imperialists. But I think if you actually talk to any community in India, I think they find that to be the most condescending narrative put out there, because a lot of the most devout Hindus come from those communities. But yeah, like
so you're saying, like, I know it's a topic I don't necessarily want to get into because I don't know that much about, but like just to confirm, you're saying that part of why there are issues caused by this caste system is because of some kind of influence by the colonialism, right? By colonialism, worsening it.
We'll make it really short and sweet, but just to preview it and maybe like, whatever. British had full totalitarian authority over the political and economic system of India for centuries. They governed every single law with an iron fist. They controlled the economics of it with an iron fist. And through that, divide and conquer was a major, major facet of that rule. There's like Harding, like rules and stuff like that. General Harding or something like that instituted like a series of laws that really divided India based on these things. There was, in Hinduism, just to go back on theology, we have this idea of Varna, which is division of labor, and that division of labor is there. There's multitude of scripture that talks about how it's bad to do not mistreat someone based on their occupation. But in terms of what we see as like a rigid structure based on birth and so on and so forth, I would say it's a very complicated issue. India's history is thousands of years old, but we could largely put the onus on the British imperialist empire. And we can go into it, but I don't think you want to. And so I think that's the most I'm going to say.
Not necessarily. I still think there's room to blame a system that, sure, it might have been exploited by the Brits, but if it's being perpetuated now without the involvement of colonialism, then obviously that's something that needs to be looked into. But I guess a lot of Hindus would be concerned about making sure that the onus falls on not on Hinduism as a concept, but on the people who have used it, rather than saying that the caste system is bad. It's just how people have used it since.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 100%. Yep. Totally agree. I think, Hindu society still lives in their backwards ways. We condemn it. I think, yes, most Hindus, at least in urbanized society, we despise it. We hate it. To me, it is fundamentally adharmic. There are a lot of rishis. There's a lot of work going on. There's so much work going on to eliminate it. It's not easy because, again, this is a process of decolonizing, and decolonizing doesn't happen overnight. We've been colonized longer than we've been independent, right? 1947. That's like not even 100 years. Dude, in 20 years from now, it will be 100 years. So like we're very much developing our economic and financial independence. And from that, people work 24/7 to educate people, to destroy caste norms, to industrialize society so that you're not sort of put in some occupation rigidity. And these are things that society will work on. It doesn't happen overnight. But I think Hindu society is working on it tirelessly. And decolonization is that process. So anyways, that's
yeah.
it.
All right. Well, I thank you again for calling in today.
Sure.
It's always interesting. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
All right, man. Take care.
Thanks. Have a good rest of your day. All right. I know some people wanted me to push back on the caste system. Like I said, in these discussions, it's not really the topic. I'm not qualified enough to talk about it. And it's not me avoiding the conversation. It's just way off topic. Maybe in the future, I should have a stream dedicated to that, where I have people who are either, maybe Indians who want to talk about why the caste system is bad. And then I'd bring on someone who would say why it's not, and it's actually colonialism and so on. But I know like Nazone here, thanks for the super chat, by the way, was asking so much focus on the self, which is great. How should you treat others? Why does India treat minorities so bad? The way that Sammy had described Hinduism to me, like I mentioned earlier, I see it as a vessel, and dare I say a bit vague of a philosophy that can encompass a lot of sub-religions, one could say. So I don't know if that question would have been the right one to ask, of why does India treat minorities so bad? I think there are a lot of places that treat minorities so bad, including India. I don't know if Hinduism, as the vague concept that was described, would be enough to resolve that. Yeah, I don't know if that answers that question. I don't think the onus should be on the caller to explain that part. And at the same time, I don't say that Hinduism is blameless and the caste system is not actually a problem in and of itself, aside from colonialism. I think casting people into different types is going to be problematic in the long term. I just don't want to get into the specifics of it in Hinduism because I don't know them. Anyway, I'll take the next two callers, and the next caller is a Muslim. I don't know how to pronounce this name that you had wrote, but you can tell me. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Yo, what's up?
Not much, just streaming. How do you pronounce your name, by the way?
That's not my real name, but you pronounce it like Alamgir.
Alamgir?
Alamgir. Gir.
Alamgir, okay. What does it mean?
Alamgir. You know what Alam means, yeah? Alam.
Alam, like flag?
That's Arabic. Alam. Not
Yeah, you mean
Alam.
like
Alam.
Alam,
The world.
like
You know?
Alam,
Alam.
okay.
Yeah.
Alam Ghir, like a different
Yeah.
world. Is what you're...
Alamgir. It means like. Yeah. So it kind of means like
Yeah.
somebody who encompasses the world or something like that.
Okay. I have a few questions for you before we begin, if that's okay. I wanted to know how you, like, how did you first come across my channel or this live stream?
YouTube recommendations.
Okay, interesting. And what motivates you to join today?
Oh,
Hey, you're muted all of a second. All of a sudden. We lost your audio feed. Hey, I think you're... Oh, you're gone again. Say something?
did you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Could you hear me before?
No, I did not. So whatever you said,
Sorry.
please do repeat it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just said like you were a Muslim before, so like I just want to know like what made you leave the religion of Islam, and you know what made you become an agnostic, and we also see that nowadays this wave of apostasy among Western Muslims. So I just want to know like what goes through their mind, like why do they leave Islam? So
So I guess that is part of what you hope to gain from this conversation, is understanding why some people leave Islam.
yes.
Great. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about that for sure. Do you mind if we just start first by asking you why you believe what you believe?
Yeah. Well, for me, there are many reasons. Some of them may be subjective, and some of them, at least, I'd like to think they're objective, but other people may disagree with me, and that's okay. Like, one reason would be that, like, the concept of God that Islam...
Oh, we lost your audio again. Oh, can't hear you, unfortunately.
coherent. You don't have
Wait.
the Trinity. You don't have...
Now you're back. You had cut out for a while.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah. So
This damn can...
is it an internet problem? Are you anywhere near your...
Yes. I
wireless
guess
router?
there's some problem
Yeah.
with the internet.
Yeah, sorry. So you were saying the concept of God, and then you cut out.
Yeah, so I find the Islamic concept of God to be quite rationally coherent. You don't have like the logical problems with the Trinity. You don't have a multiplicity of gods. And another reason would be like the life of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and like the prophecies he made, the conquests he initiated, and those would be some of the reasons why I believe Islam to be the truth.
So the first one is monotheism doesn't have the same problems as the Holy Trinity, for example. I think that is because we're... why do you think that there would be a problem with God having a representation of himself as a human?
So like
Oh, you're cutting out again. Could it possibly be how you're holding your phone, maybe? Unfortunately, this is not going very smoothly.
Can you hear
Hey,
me? Hello?
I can hear you. You're back now. Yeah, this is not quite working. Oh well. Could you possibly try a different internet connection if that is an option? If not, then I will have to move on to the next caller and maybe try again. Yeah, he disconnected. Well, that is unfortunate. We're just about to get into it. I will talk to the next caller. If we have a chance to switch back, we will. If not, then maybe another time. So the next caller and maybe last caller today is Jack. Jack, I'm adding you. Oh, I lied. I'm not adding you. The other caller is back. Hey, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I swear to God, I hate this connection.
Yeah, it's cutting out again. Could you possibly switch to a different connection, like instead of Wi-Fi, data, or vice versa?
Yeah, just give me a few seconds. Give me a minute.
Sure. In the meantime, are there any comments that I haven't read yet? No, I'm up to speed, I think. Someone needs to invent a way for me to have a... oh, hey, welcome back.
Yeah, it should be okay. Should be okay now.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I was going to ask, you mentioned that Islam, the idea of Allah in Islam doesn't have the same inconsistencies, or I don't remember the exact wording, but the same problems as the Holy Trinity. Can you tell me what the problem with that idea is?
Yeah, one problem would be that the Christians believe that, God like descended into this world, came into this world, walked among us. That would like mean things like, this entire world is composed of contingencies and accidents, and that would mean that would to a certain extent mean that God had a beginning. So because in this world we continuously see substances, accidents, these things come into existence, they go away. So
wait, I'm not exactly
that would
following.
be one problem. Another would be like this one's entirely subjective.
You're cutting in and out
Yeah,
again.
so
Yeah.
it's like it's a bit philosophical. Okay, can you hear me?
I can now, yeah, but there was some stuttering there. I don't quite follow there, like how the world is an accident or God has his beginning if God had a representation of himself in this earth,
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, would you agree that this world, this entire world, it's made up of contingent things that depend on other things for their existence?
I don't know that because I wasn't there to see the first thing to happen without contingency. So it's hard for me to say that.
Yeah, that's okay. But I'm saying like we continuously see things that, like, for example, let me give you an example of a baby. A baby wouldn't be there without the mother. That mother wouldn't be there without her mother, and so on and so forth. It goes on and on. So that's why I'm saying that it's kind of like that. So if you agree that the world is made of contingent things, and then you say that God came into this world, that would mean that God was contingent and was dependent on something for his own existence. So
dependent on himself. Like one could say that Christ, and I'm not arguing for Christianity, but I'm trying to explore that idea. One could argue that Christ on earth is contingent on God, the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be Christianity then. They believe that Jesus was 100% human and 100% God on this earth, on this planet.
I think that it's easy to wrap your head around it as a Christian, but also confusing for outsiders, just like there are ideas in Islam that are confusing for outsiders.
I think most Christians agree with this, that they say that the Trinity is not something you can wrap your head around. So there may be some Christians who disagree with me on that, but I've heard many Christians, they
cutting out again. The reason I wanted to talk about that point for a second was to explore what was logically inconsistent and whether it was actually a logical inconsistency. Hey, you're back. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, so the reason I wanted to talk about that is just because I wanted to explore if there was an obvious logical inconsistency and if it does apply to your own belief. But we can set it aside for a moment. What makes you certain that? So, say we do have a creator. What makes you certain that it is one and it is Allah?
I mean, for the Creator's oneness, and there's this verse in the Quran, like it says, like, had there been more than one God, there would have been chaos in the world. Like, I don't exactly remember the Arabic, but it's this argument that if you have two equally powerful creators, let's suppose one of them says, I don't want Aladdin to exist. One of them says, I want Aladdin to exist. And they're both equally powerful. You're not going to get anything out of that. Nothing will exist. But
what
because
about
this universe...
well, what about religions that have some kind of hierarchy where there is a main god and there's all these other gods that answer to that main god? Does that
Well,
seem plausible to you?
Yeah, in order to disprove that, I think you'd have to move to revelation and scripture. I don't think there's nothing rationally incoherent with that. Let's suppose God creates a being, this lesser God, and gives him some limited powers to do. Let's suppose you're in charge of rain, you're in charge of agriculture. So I believe it's rationally possible for God to do that. But in order to disprove that, would have to go to revelation and scripture.
Right. So that is a very good point, because when you think about it, the angels are kind of those demigods, right? Angel of rain, angel of death, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So what is it about the scripture that makes you certain that Islam is the truth?
Well, okay, this reason is entirely subjective. I mean, you can easily dismiss this one. It's just that, when you hear the Quran being recited, it's just, it's beautiful. I mean, that's for me, it's entirely subjective. I know anybody can dismiss this. It's not an argument. But another reason would be that, like, the way the Quran has been preserved, like, even modern scholars, even they say that, okay, some of them may say, oh, there might have been like a 1% change, 2% change, but even they agree that largely it's been preserved. When you go back to old manuscripts, you see there's not much change according to modern scholarship, but according to Muslims, we believe that it's been like mass transmitted. It's mutawatir. So there's no room for error in that. So that would be one reason why I believe that Quran, the way it's been preserved, and another reason would be that, unlike other world religions, like, you had that Hindu caller before, and he was saying that, oh, we keep changing with the times, and that's what I would say, it keeps me away from other religions. That in Islam is set in stone. You can't change that. It's from God, and that's it. So,
well, I have a question to ask you about that. Then the first thing that you mentioned, that it has been preserved, and I won't argue here about whether it has been or hasn't, but let's presume it has been. Is that a criteria for determining the truth that is independently a criteria on its own, or is it something that Islam specializes
not
in,
necessarily.
and therefore, like,
Not
is it on its
necessarily.
own like a way to measure the truthfulness of religion?
I mean, like I said, not necessarily, but if you compare it to other world religions and their scriptures, like, let's suppose the Bible, the old, like both the Old Testament, New Testament, then you have other like Hindu scriptures and all that. When you compare it to that and compare them with the Quran, I think the Quran would come out on top.
Well, without comparing it to other examples of religions, is there something about its preservation on its own without comparison to these other religions that makes it true?
No, I don't think so. I don't think, but there would be other reasons for that. One would be that making for the Quran's truthfulness would be it makes like certain prophecies, like in Surah Rum, Allah says that back then when there was this war between the Byzantines and the Sassanids, the Byzantines were losing and the Sassanids were winning. But Allah revealed that, in a few years the Romans are going to be victorious over the Persians, and that's exactly how it happened. And another one would
Wait, let me pause on that for a second. And your audio cut out. So I think that's the verse that says غُلِبَتِ الرُّومُ مِنْ. I don't remember exactly what it was. وَمِنْ بَعْدِ غَلَبِهِمْ
ability
سَيُغْلَبُونَ.
of the Quran.
Hey, you cut out for a bit. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear you.
you had cut out for a second. Let's pause on that verse for a second. It's the one that says غُلِبَتِ الرُّومُ, right? And
Yes.
after that, and it says the next verse, مِنْ بَعْدِ غَلَبِهِمْ سَيُغْلَبُونَ فِي بِضْعِ سِنِينَ. So after they win, they will lose again. That was the prediction, right? It was something along those lines. So if the prediction is that in an ongoing war, one side is going to win and then it's going to lose again, is that miraculous enough of a prediction to make?
I mean, if you look at the war that was fought between the Byzantines and the Sassanids between the years 602 and 628, I think, the Romans were completely on the back foot. I mean, the Persians, they had reached the gates of Constantinople. I mean, to think that from that the Romans would recover and, drive the Persians to their homeland all the way to Persia. I mean, that's just, to me,
It says that they lost and then they will win again. Is that enough for you to build a belief on in a vague prediction of losing and winning in a war?
Not entirely. I'm just giving you this. It's one of many reasons. One of many reasons.
Well, then I must ask you, do you believe because of these reasons, or do you discover these reasons after you believed?
I mean, there was this stage in my life where, I was questioning stuff, and I was like, just because I'm born Muslim doesn't mean that I have to believe in Islam. I need to find reasons, independent of that, me just being born into that certain religion. And, let me give you another reason, like the prophecies made by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Like, he said that, I mean, I don't know if you find the hadith literature to be entirely reliable. I don't know your position on that, but I do think that it's to a large extent reliable. Like the predictions he made, he said to the Muslims, you will.
Hey, you cut out again. So someone in the comments brought my attention
conquer
to
Faris, you will conquer Yemen. You will.
Hey, are you there? This internet connection is really not helping today. So someone brought my attention to this hadith about how. Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now. So, like I was saying that the predictions and then the prophecies made by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi.
So I need you to come back so I can ask the question. Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I want to pause for a second here. So say that someone proves that these predictions were written after the fact. Would that change how much you believe in Islam?
Of course, yes.
Because someone has brought my attention, and I won't get into it too deeply, but someone has brought my attention to a hadith about how this verse was written after the actual war had happened. But it's good to establish that if you see evidence that this prediction isn't actually a prediction, you would not use it, that it would affect your belief, I suppose. But let me ask you this question in a different way. Do you think that this is a good method to convince people of God's existence, for him to send these vague predictions in a book?
No. Right now, like I'm not arguing that it's good evidence for God's existence. I mean, it's good evidence to believe that Islam is the truth. I mean, for God's existence, you have different, philosophical arguments.
And
you must have
and
heard
I'm
of that,
not
like the
saying that,
contingency
like,
argument.
I'm not saying that you're the one who's like trying to pose this as the truth and everything. I'm asking you, like, irrespective of your belief in it, do you think that this is a good method to convince people of the validity of Islam, to tell them that there is a vague verse about winning and expansion, and then that happens. Do you think that that is a convincing argument by God for the validity of Islam?
I mean, of course, it's not rational to completely put your entire faith on that one verse. I mean, there are multiplicity of other reasons. So, if you
Or
just
as a
choose that one
concept,
verse
you know,
and say,
not
"I
just
believe
the
in
verse,
Islam," because this,
as a concept
I
of
mean,
these
yeah,
prophecies, right?
if you see a lot of these okay, if somebody comes up to me and everybody knows him as As-Sadiq Al-Amin, and then he makes all these prophecies, and I see them, they're coming true, and nobody's ever accused him of lying before, and
but didn't everyone accuse him of not being honest, and that's why he left Mecca?
I'm saying before, obviously, because he went against the religion and he said, there's only one God. But before that, the 40 years prior, like, he was, even you'd agree that he was called. I mean, I don't, like I said before, I don't know how much you think that the hadith literature is reliable, but according to those hadiths, those very same hadiths, he was called As-Sadiq Al-Amin.
But then I have to ask you, as an outsider, is it? I understand that these, if I am a Sunni, I believe that these hadith were written down by the companions and that they are to some extent validated. But as an outsider, one would ask, so stories about people, like not actual accounts of everyone in the town saying that everyone thinks he's honest, but some people saying that everyone says he's honest, is that trustworthy enough for an outsider to believe?
I mean, you know what the mutawatir hadith is, yeah? That's been mass
right, but when we get to
people, it's hard to...
Right, the first person who ever told the hadith, he speaks for the whole town, right?
I mean,
like the first person to say that everyone says that he's honest, like it wasn't like the whole town signed the hadith that says that he's honest. Yeah. Oh, got muted.
Hey, can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me just clarify on that. Like, like you have people like, Abu Sufyan. He was, he was opposed to Islam. But when, he was in the court of the Byzantine emperor and he asked them all these questions, and even he said that, we've never known him to be a liar. And then you have all these a plethora of all these other hadiths that are, and there's one common denominator in all those hadiths. There may be different stories, different accounts, but there's this one common denominator, and that's Muhammad's sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Muhammad's honesty. So I just find it really hard to believe that so many people would agree on something that's not true. Like, there must be something to that man, and he must be honest. That's why so many people are saying that, oh, he's an honest man.
But how can we deny the possibility that there were a lot of people who didn't think he was honest, but their accounts never made it into the hadith? Because no one wrote down about all the people who said Muhammad was not honest.
I mean, just like we know that all the hadiths like that reached us, they are through the companions of the Prophet.
Right,
and
but what about the people who were not the companions? Like, I'm trying to establish as a concept, as how do we verify that something is true? Yeah.
Yes. So we know that in case of the Prophet Muhammad, like
cut out again.
For 10 years, the Prophet, like he was persecuted by the Meccans, and at that time they enjoyed hegemony over much of Arabia. Like, they were considered like leaders of the Arabs and all that. So let me give you another example. We know about the verses of Musaylima Kazzab. They've reached us. We know about that what Musaylima said, and all those verses that he said were divine revelation. All of that has reached us despite his animosity and enmity towards Islam. So
right, but
I just find it really hard to...
No, what I'm saying is that you're looking at sources, Islamic sources, that tell a certain narrative, And we have an example of Musaylama Kadhab, but just because we have one example of someone who didn't like Islam making up verses being mentioned in Islam doesn't negate the possibility that there are many people who thought otherwise or said otherwise, but it wasn't written down. I'm saying, like, can you notice
No,
how
I
from an
agree with you
outsider's
on
point
that.
of
It
view-
doesn't completely negate that possibility, but it does render it improbable.
I wouldn't even say
it's-
that, because like all that we have preserved, like for example, saying that the Quran is preserved, it's because we have everything that's been preserved after it's been united. We, like, had it not been united that way, we don't know how many versions there would have been or how preserved it would be. Like, it's what I'm saying is the way that we're looking at information, it's all from one source effectively, right? Like the Sahih Hadith that we're saying are validated, they're still all coming from Muslim sources. It doesn't really say anything about the reality of what happened at the time. Like, we're all relying on these people being honest and the people coming after them being honest, but not really the reality of what
I
happened.
disagree with you on that, because we know that, even in the Quran, we have instances like where the disbelievers call the Prophet, they say he's a madman, he's a sorcerer, he's this, he's that. So those things, they have reached us. So we know what some of them they used to say about the Prophet. But then we also know that so many people who were his former enemies, like Khalid bin Walid, Umar ibn al-Khattab, all of them, they opposed him, but then they ultimately embraced Islam. But one more thing would be, and I think that's really important, would be, I don't think you'll find any report concerning the Prophet that says that prior to him claiming prophethood, he ever lied or he was dishonest.
But who's writing down these things?
Even in the Quran,
right? But say he did lie before, right? Say he was lying, sometimes like a human being. Who's gonna write that down for history to know that Muhammad used to be a liar? Like, who cares enough to write about
even
the,
those? That's what
yeah.
I'm saying. That even those who opposed him, we know that they called him, after he claimed prophethood, they called him a madman, they called him a sorcerer, they called him this,
right?
that.
But I'm saying,
but no one ever said that he's a liar.
Who was sitting down and writing whether Muhammad was honest or a liar before his prophethood? And okay, say
that's what I'm saying.
like his honesty is
then when he didn't
say Muhammad is an honest person, and at no point do I think that Muhammad is really a deceptive person. I think a lot of what he's saying, he actually believed in what he was saying. But does his honesty prove the truth of what he's saying? Just because, like, he's an honest person who now says that he met God,
partly, not entirely, not entirely, no. I agree with you on that. Not entirely, but partly it does, because we know, like, I'm saying that we know that somebody for 40 years in his life, he's never known to have told a lie. Why suddenly would then he, come up with this bizarre belief, at least for the people of the time, that is bound
here's the thing.
to anathematize him? Why on earth would he do that?
I think partly it's delusion. Like, for example, like here's just the theory. When he was saying Zammiluni, Zammiluni, when he was cold, when he got the first revelation, or so the narrative goes, it was his wife who told him that this is a revelation. It was his wife who explained it to him. So it could very be that he had a seizure. He was epileptic, I believe, and people explained it that way, and he believed it. But he doesn't have to be a liar to be not telling the truth.
I've seen people suffering from. I've seen people suffering from epilepsy, and let me tell you, when you see somebody who's epileptic, they're epileptic. They have these seizures, and their tongue is out.
The Prophet had all that.
I know, but the hadith you're referring to, but in the same hadith, there's a hadith where, it says, the Prophet was sitting with his companions, and at that time he received revelation, and the companion of his, he says, I felt as if, like, it's not word for word, it's not verbatim, but to summarize, to paraphrase, it was like, I felt as if a mountain was on my knee. That's what
right
his companion said, that when he
I know what you're talking about.
when
but
he
if
received
I am
revelation, and they were
Yeah, if I'm having a seizure and my muscles are contracting and like I'm pushing down, of course he'll feel something heavy. It doesn't really change the fact that he could have, or the possibility of him having a seizure. But I'm not arguing to prove that he was having a seizure. I'm trying to point out that there are explanations that go beyond him having ulterior motives, being a liar of a person or intentionally deceiving people. So just to eliminate that possibility that he was a liar of a person doesn't de facto by default make him, therefore he must have been telling the truth about something that
But that
actually
also
happened.
doesn't make him epileptic, as you said. You said you believe him to be epileptic. So
I think that's a more likely explanation because we have all the symptoms
but
of
how
him.
many people throughout history have been known to be suffering from epilepsy and then go on to find like one of the biggest religions in the world? And
But that's
how
that's kind of the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Like there are many people who've had epilepsy and have epilepsy and are great artists and do things in life. But we look at the example of the one that made a religion and we say,
but can
well, the other ones
what
weren't
they said,
epileptic.
no, but
Yeah.
what those people are doing, those suffering from epilepsy, can it compare to what the Prophet Muhammad did?
Right, but that's like
Even if you say
picking,
that he had epilepsy.
that's like saying, I don't know, say I have a rare disease, right? And I, for example, start a channel about something that gets 1 million views. Then I say, can you bring me one example of a person with a channel as big as mine who has that same disease?
That's not a
That's
reasonable analogy. No.
it kind of is. It's like picking after the
No,
fact.
like if you're suffering, let's suppose if you're suffering from some mental illness and somebody opens a YouTube channel and they start recording you and people are curious, they start watching your videos and you become famous. That's one thing. But on another side, you have a man for 40 years in his life, so before that, for 40 years, nobody ever says that he has suffered from epilepsy or anything. Nobody calls him crazy. Nobody calls him a sorcerer. On the other hand, they say he's truthful, as-sadiq al-amin. And
Yeah,
then he
like
gives you
one can
this,
have the
the
symptoms
eloquent
later in
Quran.
life, like it doesn't, one can easily have the symptoms later in life. But what you're saying, it's like, say Muhammad, for example, he was missing a left foot, for example, right? Then we can point and say, is there any other prophet who was missing a left foot who made a religion this big? It's that kind
I
of
mean, losing
analogy,
a limb doesn't stop one from, like doing something great. But if you're suffering from mental illnesses, that's definitely going to hamper your ability to convince other people to come up with something productive. Don't you agree
or it
with
was
that?
a very good aid, it was a very good aid to when people see him doing these things. They didn't know of a medical thing called epilepsy. That's why they called him Majnoon, right? Because some people thought he was possessed by jinn, because those who have seizures and have
Yeah,
epilepsy,
some
they would
people
see them
thought,
as,
yes, those
yeah.
who oppose him, they called him Majnoon. But then you have companions of the Prophet, and they're praising him. You have some companions, they said even the sight of him would convince you that he was truthful. So would you just completely discard all that and say, no, they're
No, but
lying,
like,
but his enemies,
no,
they're
they don't
truthful?
have to be lying, but I'm saying that people did recognize that the symptoms he had were similar to other people who had epilepsy that they called, jinn possession, which was actually some kind of neurological or mental illness. So they would call the same symptoms out to him, that he had the same symptoms. He is Majnoon. That's what I'm saying, And the point of all this is not, yeah, go ahead.
No, like I agree with you. The polytheists of Mecca, they did call him Majnun, but I'm also like, and you you're saying that he was epileptic and all that because you're taking some certain hadiths, so you do find them to be somewhat reliable. That's why you're like relying on that. And keeping that aside, like I said before, you have companions of the Prophet. They're saying the mere sight of him would convince you of his truthfulness. Why would you discard that? Why would you discard their saying that the Prophet was truthful? And those are mutawatir. They've reached the level of tawatur, and to say that so many people, so many different people saying he was truthful, he did this, he did that. Why would you discard all that?
I mean, people say the same thing. I'm not saying he was a liar that no one has pointed out, but people say the same thing about other leaders of religious groups and cults, and they say, You know, he walks into the room, everyone's happier. He walks into the room, the attention is immediately on him. That is all indicative of being, you know, a good leader, maybe being a good figure. But it doesn't, like, what I'm saying is you wouldn't take this to be partial proof even for anyone else, you know, for any other
Right now,
paradigm.
I'm not arguing about the validity of his prophethood. I'm simply saying to say that he was epileptic. That's just far-fetched to me. That you have so many companions of his. Nobody ever says, "Oh, he looks epileptic," or, you know, there's something wrong with his head. Nobody says it. They're all
But they
praised
didn't
for
know
him.
what
Why?
epilepsy was.
That's why I'm asking you.
But how does being epileptic stop
Okay,
him from
why didn't
being
they call him
liked?
Majnoon?
But that's the thing. The ones who did call him Majnoon didn't believe him. The ones who did believe him accepted that these are
Why?
signs
No,
of
I'm asking
prophethood.
you. Why do you agree with those people? No, that's what I'm asking you. Why do you agree with those people? Those that call him Majnoon?
Because to accept that his symptoms that the symptoms that align with what people would say Majnoon, right? The symptoms that align with epilepsy, for me to accept that this was different, he had the same symptoms, but they were because of revelation, I would have to believe that the religion is true, and I don't. So I believe that the people pointing out that he's Majnoon, I don't believe in jinn possession, but I believe they were saying he's Majnoon because they would call someone else having the same symptoms Majnoon. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, but then you also have, you know, like according to the Hadith literature, that when the Prophet received revelation, that's what he'd go through, and he describes all that himself. And he says sometimes it's like, you know, the ringing of a bell, and that's the most hard to grasp. But sometimes, like Jibreel comes to me in the form of a man and gives me those hadiths, that revelation. And what I'm saying is that, okay, you have this report from Umar ibn Khattab. He says that a man came to the Prophet, and, you know, I don't know if you've heard of this hadith before, that he asked him about Islam, about Iman, about Ihsan. Have you heard that hadith before?
Yeah.
You have. So,
And
you know,
yeah,
in
and then
that
when he
very same
walked out,
hadith,
the Prophet said, go ahead.
Yeah. So Umar ibn Khattab says we'd never seen that man before, and he was like, I think he was wearing white clothes, and he was clean and all that. And after that, we never saw him again. So what makes you discredit Umar ibn Khattab saying that? What makes you discredit the saying of Umar ibn Khattab?
I don't discredit that. I can't verify that this guy wasn't actually just a passerby in the town, right? It's supposed to be a trading town. It's not impossible that this was just a guy walking through. Umar doesn't know that this guy is holy, except because Muhammad said.
I mean, they were traders there. They were all traders. Medina, it was the city of traders. So to say
right,
nobody knew the man.
But Umar ibn Khattab is the one who, like, there's a hadith about him beating, I can't remember if it was his daughter or wife.
His wife.
His wife. I don't see him as a good enough person that I trust. Like, even that aside, like, I trust that, like, that what he's describing is accurate, you know?
But that's not really a good criteria. I mean, I can be, let's suppose I can be a bad husband. You know, let's suppose I'm rude to my wife. You know, I don't fulfill her rights. But I'm also, let's suppose I'm also a mathematician. So does that mean you'll say, oh no, since he beats his wife, he's not a good mathematician? You won't say that. Those things are completely
because
unrelated.
a mathematician can demonstrate things, but Umar ibn Khattab, what you're saying is we have to trust that he's a trustworthy person.
Yes, right? You're saying that because Umar ibn Khattab, because once he beat his wife, therefore I don't find him reliable. I'm not gonna believe what he said.
No,
that's
I'm
what
saying,
you're saying.
It demonstrates that he demonstrates that he's a regular man, right? He's not on some level of asma. Like, we can't just believe that everything he's saying is true.
No man other than the prophets can reach that level. Even
so, him telling a story of a guy looking odd and asking questions about Islam and then never seeing him again is just like the rest of the stories. Like, it doesn't really hold any special truth.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, there are some hadiths that are mutawatir, but then you have some that are, you know, akhbar al-ahad. So,
but a hadith al-mutawatir, it just means that people, like, it doesn't mean that people witnessed, right? But it doesn't mean that they witnessed the event. Like, at any point, That mutawatir, like the people have been repeating it, multiple people have been repeating it, but it doesn't validate the actual event happening.
It does. Okay, let me give you an example. If, let's suppose 15 people from 15 different cities, they see Aladdin picking up a pen, and then they go and tell other people, that they tell other people, and then you have so many different people, all of them are saying Aladdin picked up the pen. So what's the chances? Like, what are the chances of them colluding?
But that's not
upon
how it
a lie?
starts. They all would start from
That's
saying Aladdin said that he picked up a pen, and then everyone's saying, I heard Aladdin say that he picked up a pen, but none of them had witnessed me. Like the start would be me, like say like it was Aisha or the Prophet himself or whoever saying so and
I
so.
mean, if
Or
it's a saying, if it's your saying, if it's your saying, they will say that I heard Aladdin say,
right, and
15
that's how
different people,
these
they say,
hadith
yes,
go
yes.
usually, right?
Yeah, those are concerning the same. Those are concerning the sayings of the Prophet, not his actions. You have like the ahadith on Salah. They're saying they're not saying I heard the Prophet say this. I saw the Prophet do this, and that's why we pray a certain way. You have many of those ahadith where they've seen the Prophet do this, do that, and then they've reached us through tawatur, mass transmission, and we don't have any reason to believe why so many different people from different backgrounds, they would collude upon a lie.
I don't think it's colluding upon a lie. I think it's not as bulletproof of a system as you think it is, because it's so easy for, like, there are many hadiths, for example, that are called mutawatir, but you look at the specifics and they're describing different details about the same event, and you realize there's like 5 versions of the same hadith talking about some event happening or another. But yet we think of that hadith as one mutawatir hadith when it's actually 5 different versions of the story.
Because they're mutawatir in ma'na.
But not
They're
necessarily.
not mutawatir lafzi.
Well, here's my problem with all that is that at the core of it, we're trusting that people are telling the truth about seeing something, right? But it's not actually.
But how
it doesn't
can you
actually
establish
prove
that they're lying? How can you establish that they're lying?
Like, for example, the
you're
hadith
not,
of Umar seeing a guy asking the Prophet questions. So does that establish
yes.
that he
Why
saw
do you think?
anything supernatural?
No, it doesn't. But then you also have hadith confirming confirming the Prophet's miracles. He split the moon in 2. So like, we have like those are hadith about his miracles. Some of them may be ahad hadith, but then again, you have this one common denominator in even all those solitary reports, and it's that something supernatural happened from that man.
Well, then I want to ask you about that for a second. So why do you think that there is no evidence of that thing happening now? Like, there is no evidence of the moon having been split or anything like that. If it actually happened, why do you think that God went to the effort of covering it up and not leaving a trace of it?
Would you say that it is rationally impossible for God to first split the moon in 2 and then, conjoin it and make it appear as if nothing happened? Would you say that's
No, it's not
impossible
rationally
for an
impossible.
omnipotent God?
No,
It's
not at
not,
all.
exactly. So if he does that, how does that disprove Islam? It doesn't.
Not really, but what I'm saying is, it seems like it would be more impressive if God had left the sign for then 1400 years later, people would notice there's actual evidence, not just stories of people saying that they saw it, but we can actually see it. So it seems
the
like
hadith
it would
about
be
the Prophet,
deceptive to cover it up.
splitting,
Mhm.
I think I might be mistaken, but I mean, you can check, but I think the hadith about the Prophet splitting the moon, it's mutawatir. That's why I'm saying that to reject the mutawatir hadith, it just doesn't make any sense. It's been reported by so many people,
It's reported by so many people that the first person said that they saw it. Or was it so many different sources seeing it at the same time?
When it comes, yeah, I think in case of that hadith about the Prophet splitting the moon, I don't think the hadith starts like, oh, the Prophet said I split the moon. That's not how the hadith begins.
So here's my point then. If this is somehow a method of transmission, why wouldn't God also leave the trace of it so we can verify, not just by word of mouth of Arab men said to Arab man said to Arab man said, but we can see that there's also a sign. That would be very impressive. So God went through the effort of covering up the sign for us to see today. Isn't it suspicious that the only
we have
source of
books
that happening is like stories?
We have like books of Isma Rajal where they tell you about the basically like, was this narrative reliable? Was this narrative reliable? We have those books. We have books of ahadith, and if one can verify those ahadith and trace them all the way back to the Prophet, and one can also establish that he was as-Sadiq al-Amin. So what more reason can you have to disbelieve in him?
Because so this is such a far-fetched way of getting someone to believe your story, is to have to believe that I trust in your system of trustworthy men going back 1400 years more than just God leaving a
That's
sign
why
on the
I asked
moon.
you earlier.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but I'm
that's
explaining
why
to you.
I asked you.
I'm explaining to you, wouldn't it make more sense
that's why I
if
asked
God
you,
had...
believe it?
I believe that Muslims believe in the hadith.
That's
right?
why I'm asking.
And
No, I'm
here's what
asking
I'm
you,
trying to
do you
say.
do you find the hadith literature to be reliable?
I don't think so. I think that it was all compiled way after the Prophet's death. I think a lot of stuff in it didn't actually come from the Prophet, including mutawatir hadith.
But you actually
And
believe that he was epileptic. You believe that he was epileptic based on those hadiths.
I think it's more.
Why,
I think
why
it's
are
more
you then
likely.
picking and choosing?
What I'm saying is, if these hadith are to be taken as reliable, then the signs are that he's epileptic. But I can't take these hadiths to be an accurate representation of what happened, because there are better ways to verify the truthfulness of a religion. And going back to just saying that someone was honest, like even if I believe in this verification system, it's all going back to believing that he was honest and he showed some magic tricks and miracles to people. But why is God making us go through all of this, like having to trust in men, trusting in men, trusting in men, instead of actually showing us something, even like going by this system of miracles, which is not the best way to prove God, for God to prove himself that way. God could have left a crack on the moon throughout the whole moon, so you can actually see that it was
We're not arguing about the existence of God. We're not arguing about the existence of God. We're arguing about the validity of Islam. I mean, like I said before, for the argument of God, you have different philosophical arguments, contingency,
No, I'm saying Allah
cosmological,
specifically.
physiological.
Allah specifically. Because all these arguments point to like maybe there is a God. But if Allah was to go through all this trouble of showing miracles and then having us rely on verification of men having said that the first man actually saw it, a better method would to just leave the actual sign for us to verify it today. So God went through the effort of covering up his miracle. Isn't it more likely that the miracle never happened?
There's this verse in the Quran. There's this verse in the Quran that says that he will not be asked about what he does, but they will be asked about what they did. Does that verse come into mind?
Yeah, but don't you see how this verse kind of like covers up for Islam? You can't ask me
no,
questions
but again,
about details.
like I said, you are
Oh, you cut out.
denying, ajib. Like it's ajib because why would you deny mass transmitted reports? And like I said, we have no reasonable we have no reason to believe that those people were lying.
You keep cutting out. Okay, you keep cutting out here.
Backgrounds.
You cut out again. So if the best proof of Islam is that I have to rely on a system of people telling people that they saw a miracle, or that the guy telling them about religion was honest, that is not a reliable way of verifying if a religion is true. On the other hand, the signs that point to how unlikely this is are way stronger. Like, for example, that thinking about it logically, God would go through the trouble of hiding the miracle instead of leaving it for us to see, even after all of his transmission method of hadith and all that. At least if he had left the miracle there, a sign of it, then it still wouldn't make sense. Why are you trying to prove yourself with miracles? there is a better way for an all-powerful God to prove that he exists aside from miracle transmissions of accounts of seeing a miracle a long time ago.
Yeah, just like you find this to be ajib, strange that, why would God go through the trouble of covering up all those miracles? I mean, that's like saying, in many atheists, they say this, they say that, or why doesn't God just show us himself and then we'll believe in him? Like, similarly, what I find really strange is that, again, how can you deny something that is mutawatir? That's what I'm having trouble, like why, again, we know, like,
So
the verses of,
just because
what I'm
people
saying
have
is,
reported that people have done it, even if you bring multiple people who have reported it, all of these people are so long dead that I have to trust, again, I have to trust that the people, like, for example, you think Umar ibn al-Khattab is a trustworthy person, right? You think he's a good moral
yes,
character, is that correct?
yes,
And everyone in these books thinks that Umar ibn al-Khattab is a good moral character,
yes.
right? Umar ibn al-Khattab was a guy with anger issues who also beat his wife, but he's deemed by all of those people to be a good moral character, and I'm supposed to trust their judgment and honesty about a supernatural
Have
event.
you heard that story of Umar ibn al-Khattab where, when he became the Khalifa, there was this woman, she had no food for her children, and she was just,
Does that unbeat
putting
his
water in the
wife?
pot and just,
Right?
no,
Does this story of
that's what
him
I'm
doing
saying. Have
something
you heard that
nice,
story? And do you
like,
believe in that? Do you believe in that story? Do you think that story is
say that story
reliable?
did happen? He did something nice. He's a Khalifa. He
It
did
did
something
happen.
nice. Okay, it did happen. Does it undo his bad qualities?
And that's because you're coming from that position. You're saying, oh, beating your wife, and we don't know what the circumstances were. Why did he beat his wife? We don't know anything
Are
about
there
that.
any
We
circumstances
don't
that
know
would,
anything.
like, was she holding, unless she
Yes,
was holding a
there
knife
may.
to his throat, there are no circumstances, and I doubt that she was
Okay, let me
holding a
ask
knife
you a
to his
question.
throat.
If your wife, she's beating your children, what
Is that
would you
what
do?
happened in the hadith, that his wife was
No,
beating
no.
his children and then
Does
he
it?
beat her back?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying the hadith doesn't even mention why he beat his wife. It just says he beat his wife. That's what the hadith says.
Right, but you
I'm
see, you're
asking
going
you.
so
No,
far out of
now
your
I'm
way
asking
to
you.
think of a hypothetical where his wife was beating his kids, and it might
Okay,
have
but
justified.
you are also doing that. You're saying he beat her up for no reason. That's what you're arguing.
There is no reason to beat up your wife and continue having her as your wife. If
So
it gets
the
to
best
the
we can do
point,
is we can be
no,
agnostic
no,
about it.
no.
You can
Here,
say
here's
that
here's
she
the thing
probably
about
did
humans.
something really bad.
If she did the worst thing possible that would make me beat her, right? That would mean that if I'm a good moral character, the only reason I would beat my wife is if my life or the life of someone around me was in danger, right? Like my kids, for example, and I have to stop her from doing that. But then she wouldn't continue to be my wife. So unless there was a circumstance that caused him to divorce her, right? Like she did something so horrible that then a person should hit another person, that would be a plausible explanation. But here in this dynamic, he can beat his wife and continue being her husband. That's the dynamic. So what could she have done that would justify
And
that
here
he would
again,
beat her?
you have certain moral presuppositions. You're saying, oh, it's bad to beat your wife, but
Yeah.
and this also raises a question, and I don't think atheism can answer that question. Like, okay, let
Why is
me
it bad to
ask
beat
you
your
this.
wife?
No, listen. Why is it that you consider certain actions to be evil and certain actions to be good? Why do you like
A very simple
believe that?
way
Okay,
is the harm. Does it cause harm?
harm
Does it
principle.
cause? Yeah.
Okay, why should I care? Why should I care if some people are getting hurt by my actions? Why should I care? Why?
If you have empathy, if you're a human being, which I
Why should I
suppose we
have
all do.
empathy? No, but
If
I'm
you
asking
don't,
you, why should I
then there's
have
something
empathy?
medically wrong with you.
No, I mean, there are people, you have sadists. They enjoy torturing people,
Right,
you know?
but it's at the
And
expense of other
they may
people
be,
who care about being
no,
alive
why I'm
and not
saying,
being
why should we care about other people? Why?
You don't have to, but those people have a right
I
to
don't have
exist and
to.
not be hurt.
No, you're saying
right?
you must. No. What makes you say that? Why do they have that right? Why?
Because they exist. Because that's an agreement that we have to come to. So the problem here is you don't see a reason for anything unless God said so, right?
No,
Like
you're saying
people don't
I
have a
can't.
right to exist.
No,
I'm
you're
saying
saying I
Mhm.
can't. No, you're saying I can't hit people just because they exist. You said
and they
just
will be
because they
harmed,
exist, I can't.
and they will be harmed by
No,
that, even
you
if I
said.
don't care about their harm.
So why should I care? Why should I care if they get harmed?
You don't
Why?
have to, but you don't have to, but they care and other people care. It's like
Why should
you're
no?
focusing
That's what
on.
I'm saying. Why should I care if they feel hurt or if they get harmed? Why?
You don't have to care, but they care. Why should they
So
care
what?
if they feel harmed?
So I'm saying why should I? Okay, no, tell me this. Why should I care if another person, cares about his being or his self-preservation? Why should I consider that? Why should I take that into consideration?
You may not, but if we live in a
And why does
society that is
if I don't
civilized,
take that into consideration, why does that make me a bad person? Why does it make me a bad person?
if you don't care about how others feel,
Yeah, why? Why does it make me a bad person? I don't need any emotional arguments. Give me a logical, rational reason. Why does that make me a bad person?
I
Give me
kind of
an
don't want to go
objective
down
reason.
that path because the reason why I don't want to go down that path, because your rebuttal to that is because God said so. I don't consider that to be a
Yes, it
rational
is.
or objective reason.
But we again then would have to argue on God's existence.
Right,
And
and
I
that's
believe
why
it's
I'm
perfectly
saying there's
rational
no
to believe in
point.
God.
But no, not
No,
only
but
God.
you're
You
an
would have to.
atheist. Okay.
You'd have to objectively prove that Allah exists, and Allah
Allah
says
exists.
so and
Exactly.
so.
Exactly.
But there's no way you can objectively prove that, or else a
Okay.
scientific
Okay.
lab would
So
have done that already.
you know my answer to that. You know my
Mhm.
answer to that. I'll say God said this. What's your answer?
I've given you so many answers, and you tell me, what if I don't
No, but
care?
that's you're just saying that because other people will get hurt. I'm saying why should I care? You're saying okay, you don't have to care. That's what you're saying, yeah? I don't
I
have
care
to
that
care.
other people get hurt because I have empathy. And
No.
if it's not for my empathy,
Why should we
I
have
care
empathy?
because
Why?
you're asking me why humans have empathy. I don't have the answer for that, but we do have empathy.
Not all humans. Not all humans. Not all humans.
I'm not sure what your question is. I'm trying to answer your question. You said, why should, like in this hypothetical, why should I care that my actions hurt someone else?
Yes.
Is that
why?
what you're saying? Well, first of all, like I said,
Yeah.
empathy, because I will feel bad if I hurt someone else. And secondly,
No, I'm not talking about you per se. I'm saying
right,
why should one
secondly,
human being care about
because then if you don't care about what people being harmed by your actions, then there will be consequences, because we live in a society where we agree, if we want to coexist, don't
okay,
do
what
unto
if
others what
I'm
you
in
don't
a
want done
stronger
to yourself.
position than them? What if I'm in a stronger position than them? They can't hurt me.
It's scary that the only thing holding you back in that scenario would be because God told you not to hurt them.
Yes,
If I was in a
that's
stronger position
literally
than
what's
someone
holding
else,
us. That's what
it's not though.
that's
It's
what
what's
holds
holding some
most of us
Muslims
back.
No, it's not.
Okay.
What about
okay,
secular
Aladdin,
countries
let me
where
tell
they
you
don't
this.
have God to tell them
No,
to?
Aladdin, let me tell you this. Who's the first person who told you that killing other people, hurting other people is wrong? Who told you that?
I don't remember. Probably my parents.
Parents, yeah. And what religion did they follow?
Well, I know friends who have
Islam.
no religion, and their parents also told them not to kill people.
Who first told you? Okay, we know that most Westerners, who are now atheists, most of their parents or their grandparents or their great
I
grandparents.
think the point that you're trying to
Christian.
make is that all morals come from religion. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Other
No,
atheism,
but that's not true.
At least
that's not true.
Nihilism. Okay, why should? No, that's what I keep asking you. Why should we care? And you're not giving me any objective.
I'm trying to give you an
saying,
answer,
saying,
but your position is that if you had power, you would hurt other people unless God told you not to. That's your position.
What's stopping me from doing that? That's
scary. God is stopping you from, say you don't believe in God tomorrow. Are you gonna go around and start harming people because nothing is stopping you?
I do believe in God. I believe that it's perfectly rational to believe in.
That's not what I'm asking. And lost the connection. I'm scared of this mentality. I really am, because
I'm just asking you. I keep asking. You're saying, you're giving me these emotional arguments like, oh, other people will get hurt. I'm asking you to give me an objective reason as to why I should not hurt other people.
It irritates me when people say want to bring objectivity into it, when again Islam and other religions have never been objectively be proven to be anything. We're all dealing with subjective here. There is no objectivity to what we're
That's your
talking
opinion.
about.
Again, that's your opinion. That's your
Right,
opinion.
but as my opinion is, there is no objectivity to anything we're talking about. So I cannot give you an objective reason.
Agreed. So there's no objective reason. Okay. According to
No,
you, there's no objective
there are
reason.
many
So
reasons.
one person,
there are many reasons.
one
like,
person,
for example,
Aladdin. Aladdin says it's bad to hurt other people. Person X comes, he says it's okay to hurt other people. Subjective reasoning for both of them. Why should I believe you rather than him?
Most people, for their subjective reasoning, almost all people, arrive at the reasons that protect everyone else, including themselves. You want to find a scenario where I am a sociopath with no empathy who wants to harm other people unless there's something holding me back.
Again, can you answer my question though? Aladdin says it's bad to hurt other people. Person X says it's okay to hurt other people. Why should I believe you and not that person?
What is better for most people?
Which just position said
of the
most.
Two? Which
why should I
position of
care
the
if
two
it's
is better?
Why should I care about
I'm
that?
introducing something new.
Why?
You don't have to care about anything except what Allah tells you. I'm telling you what other people do here, right? If I have a position that hurting people is bad, the other person has a position that he likes to hurt people. What is better for the greater good here?
That's utilitarianism, and that
in a sense, yeah,
also presents certain problems.
Yes, okay, if every moral framework has problems. You get the combination of all of
what
them.
do you like? So
but
you're saying
you're coming from a moral framework that allows rape and sex slavery. You're in no position to talk about a perfect moral framework.
You're saying okay. So from a utilitarianist perspective, if 10 men they rape one woman, 10 men are getting pleasure.
Now we're getting into a new hypothetical. Okay, so
that's what I'm saying.
Ahead.
You're saying you have these moral presuppositions. You're saying, oh, that has to be true, but then
I never said anything has to be true. I'm saying for the good of the greatest amount of people.
You're saying,
right? Yeah.
Okay, that's why I asked you. That's why I asked you a question. 10 people they rape one woman. 10 men are getting pleasure. One is getting hurt. So it's okay.
Why do these examples always come up with Muslims only? Like, I have to ask that question.
No.
In no other conversation with anyone, I will answer this, but I have to talk about this. Never have I ever had a conversation talking about sex with animals or gang rape unless a Muslim brings it up. Why does your society need to go there?
When you talk about morality,
so where are you going to get 10 people who enjoy that? Okay, unless they were owners of a sex slave or something. Which morality framework enables that?
I'm asking you. You're saying we must do that which is good for the greatest amount of people. I'm asking you.
Right.
10 people rape one woman. Okay, let's suppose there's an island.
We can very easily get over that. We can very easily get over that.
How?
What is the gain that these 10 people get? An orgasm?
Pleasure.
Something, pleasure that they can get with their own hand, right? There is so first of all, there is a better way to get it without harming someone else. Just go jerk off.
They don't care.
I'm trying to explain here in this scenario. They can go do that without harming someone else. And secondly, the harm that comes from raping someone, let alone by 10 people, is much worse than a fucking orgasm. It's not that difficult to add up the math.
But I'm simply saying they don't care. They don't care. And okay,
who are these 10 men?
That's entirely
like
subjective. That's
of the
entirely
Prophet? Like,
listen,
where you get those 10 men?
Again, that's irrelevant. 10. Don't you have you never heard of instances of gang rape?
Yeah, and they usually happen in religious
all those people, companions of the Prophet.
No, they do happen. These instances usually happen in religious
West,
countries.
In the atheist West, they do happen.
More often, so you're saying there's never been religious countries.
Let's go Scandinavia.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's ironic that it happens to be in the countries closest to this morality.
Does Islam condone that?
No, it just condones other forms of rape, but not the gang type.
Yes, it condones concubinage. Yes, we agree with that. It condones that. But what I'm saying
that's
is
not
that
bad in your
11
worldview.
people. Can you answer that?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. But it can't be bad in your worldview either. Because there's no meaning to anything from an atheistic perspective. it ultimately leads to
You know what
nihilism.
scares me is someone
So-
with your mentality can very easily turn to doing something very horrible. Like if the only thing holding you back is God said so, you don't see, given everything that I'm telling you, empathy aside,
Give me
all the
another
reasons
reason
why.
then. Give me another reason. That's empathy. That's entirely an emotional argument. That's not a rational argument.
Bro, the whole
You believe
religion
in
is built on
utilitarianism.
emotion. What are you talking
You
about?
literally
The whole
believe in-
religion is
you
built on
believe in-
emotion.
It's not my
we
belief
we
in
can't
God.
just
It's
like
not based
every
upon
time I have a
emotion.
discussion with a believer, they go back to emotional argument. Islam is all about fear and reward.
Yours is
The
literally
whole
emotional.
thing.
You're saying
No,
we
no,
must care about the
I just want to
pleasure
pause for a
of the
second. Islam is
maximum
all
amount of
about
people.
emotion.
It's
Islam
emotional.
is all about emotion. Islam is all about, I'm going to torture you if you don't listen to me. That's fear. I'm going to reward you if you listen to me. That's, rewarding them with good things. It's all about emotion. So why this higher ground about rational arguments when Allah just doesn't shut up about fear? Isn't that emotional? Isn't Islam an emotional argument?
Again, like I said, it's not emotional because, number one, many Muslim scholars throughout history, they believed in God not because, the Quran says so. They believed in God because their reason led them to that. And they believed in the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam because, again, like I don't know why don't you understand that, but many mass transmitted reports reached him about his miracles, his conduct, his character, and they said such a character, a person possessing such
Don't
character
all
can
those
only
sheikhs
be a
cry
prophet.
all the dude, everything in religion is about emotion, and you're telling me this is about rationality? And now we're discussing a scenario
Okay,
where
I'm
I tell
asking you.
all
You
the
just said
reasons.
before.
Yeah.
Before you said every moral framework is going to have flaws. That's
Yes.
what you said, yeah.
Yeah.
So you just basically what you're doing is you're trying to replace one moral according to you one moral framework that has flaws with another moral framework that has probably the similar amount of flaws.
I never said
That's
similar
what you're
amount
doing.
of flaws. The moral
Okay,
framework
flaws,
you come
what flaws?
from justifies sex slavery. The moral framework I come from, I said it's
Why do you think?
imperfect and needs
Again,
work.
let me ask you. When I ask you why is concubinage wrong, you're gonna say empathy. Empathy. That's an emotional argument.
No,
It's not rational.
It's really irritating when it seems like we can't bring emotions into these conversations when Islam is all about emotions, about feeling the love of God, about fearing God, about crying.
Right now we're discussing.
Then are we talking? Are you allowed to be emotional? Are you allowed to have any emotion in religion or not?
Okay, so I commit a crime and the police throws me in jail. Oh, I feel bad.
How many scenarios are we going to go
not
through?
be in jail?
How many scenarios are we going to go through?
Because
like you're telling me, why is
every scenario we
concubinage
go
bad?
through,
Because it's harming
I'm
someone.
asking you why.
Empathy aside, the harm
and
principle.
then I'll ask you, why is it bad to hurt somebody? Why is it bad?
I just want to highlight that the only people who really question this stuff are trying to justify that God is stopping them from doing horrific things. Would you
But you're not
do
giving
all
me
the
any
things
rationally
that you're...
objective reasons. You're just arguing.
First of all, there is no such thing as objectivity. And I've given you so many reasons, but you keep saying, what if I'm a psychopath? Are you? Do you have no empathy?
What's stopping people from being psychopaths? Why is it bad to be a psychopath? Tell me this. Why is it bad to be a psychopath?
It's not bad to be a psychopath on its own. If that causes... And I'm not demonizing psychopaths, by the way. It's a condition, right? But if someone is a psychopath the way that you're describing and they want pleasure at the expense of other people, then it's bad because it's harming people.
Why? So
why is it bad to harm people?
That's what I'm asking you. Yeah, why?
Why is it bad to harm people? Why is it bad when someone is harmed? It's literally in the phrase, someone is harmed.
Why?
I come from a framework where I don't want people to be
harmed.
I don't want myself to be harmed.
Why is it bad? Okay, that's okay. You're acting in self-preservation. You're saying, oh, I don't want other people to harm me. That's why I won't harm them. But what I'm saying is, let's suppose you're in a position of power. You can harm other people and get away with it. I'm saying, why then is it bad to harm other people?
I don't want to answer your question because you haven't been really answering my questions. I'm going to answer it with another question like you have been doing. So you think it's okay to harm other people because God allowed it, like, for example, concubinage. So you're trying to corner me into saying I don't have an objective reason or whatever, but within your moral framework, you can harm other people while your God allows it. Okay, let me start again. Yeah. Whatever reason I give you, you will say, but that's not objective. But within your reasoning, within your moral framework, you can harm other people, say, but for example, concubines, but that's allowed within your religion. So your religion and moral framework allows for harm, and yet you're trying to find an objective reason why not to harm people. Why does that matter when at the end of the day you fall back on a morality that allows harm?
I'm literally saying we as Muslims, we believe whatever God says is good, it's good. Whatever God says is bad, is bad. That's why
Even
we
harmful
have
things.
objective reason.
That's
Harmful,
not even
according to
harmful
your
things.
definition again. And why is harm bad? There are certain circumstances where harming other people can be good for society. Even you'd agree with that. Harm is not always bad.
So what is the good that comes from raping a concubine for society?
Tell me again. Then we'll go back to that. And you can't give me a convincing answer to that. Why is that bad? Why?
I can't convince you because you're a believer.
Bad.
And
other than because you're acting in self-preservation.
Because I don't want people to be harmed. Like if you want me to go back into the technical reasons,
that's what I'm
not an evolutionist. If you want to know why humans have empathy, I think it's because it's better for social cohesion.
They want to be treated.
No, it's better for social cohesion.
Yes, exactly. I don't.
And I have that as a mechanism. I have that innate in me that I have empathy. I don't have to have a reason to feel empathy, to have empathy. And if we have enough collective empathy in a society, we don't want people to be harmed. I'll much rather take that over people who think that it's okay to rape in certain situations.
Hello?
Yep. You're asking me to explain. You're asking me to explain why I have empathy.
I'm asking you to explain why is it wrong to harm other people? Why?
I've tried to explain it to you so many times.
You just
intrinsically
empathy. That's your answer. Empathy. What is empathy? What is empathy?
Why not build it on empathy?
Why
not build it on empathy?
It's not objective. It's not objective.
Again, religion was never ever proven to be objective. There is no such thing as an objective truth from Allah.
That's your opinion. Never happened. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
So your opinion is that there is an objective truth from Allah, which makes it a subjective opinion.
I agree on that. I agree with you on that. I agree with you.
So we're just discussing subjectivity. Then you can't pull the objective card.
No. Believing in God. Listen. Believing in God. Okay, I believe that's perfectly rational. It's perfectly rational to believe in God. And then when you have certain proofs that lead to the conclusion that Prophet Muhammad is the messenger of God, then what follows is that whatever the Prophet said, God agrees with that. And then from that, I know that God says this is good, this is bad. That's why all of
that is not objective. All of that is not objective. So for me to agree with you that you have objective morality, I would have to believe in what you believe, which is a subjective belief. No religion has been demonstrated to be objective.
You'll have to listen first. First, you'll have to believe in God, and not just believe. I believe there are rational arguments that decisively prove that God exists. The contingency argument.
No, I would have to believe specifically in your God. Like here's what you don't understand.
Okay,
you have to for you to say that this is objectively the moral code, you would have to prove all of that, which has never been proven and never will be proven. There is no proof.
How many people embraced Islam? How many people embraced Islam?
How many people are flat earthers?
You know,
it doesn't prove anything that people have.
Not as many people that embraced Islam.
More people have embraced Christianity.
Again,
it doesn't prove anything.
It
doesn't prove anything.
I'm not saying that's an argument. I'm not saying that's an argument. I'm not saying.
Then why would you bring it up?
What I'm saying is, because you said earlier that what did you say? What did you say before? How did this begin? Like you said something. That certain people believe this just because you believe, or certain people just because I believe this and that. What I'm saying is basically, we know from mass transmitted reports that the Prophet Muhammad, he performed miracles. First, you're denying mass transmitted reports of the Prophet.
I'm telling you that you're asking me to trust that people had great moral character and wouldn't lie, the same people who think that beating their wives is a good thing sometimes.
Why?
I'm
then
sorry.
I'll ask you, why do you think it's bad to beat your wife? I mean, even you'd agree
And I've
there are
tried to
certain
explain
conditions where
that
it's
to you.
okay
It is
to beat your wife.
scary.
And your answer
What?
is empathy.
No, no.
That's an emotional argument.
You are looking for a reason why not to harm other people. That's not God.
Yes, give me that reason.
And I've explained to you so many times, because it makes
Empathy,
me
that's
feel
your-
bad to
that's the
harm
reason,
people.
empathy.
And because harming people, eventually, if you want the selfish answer, because if I just go around harming people, eventually someone can harm me. I want to subscribe to a society. I want to sign this social contract that says, let's not harm each other. And it gives me peace and I can survive. So that's the selfish answer. Both those answers aren't good enough for you.
Hello?
Yep. Like I said, the selfish answer is that I subscribe to society. I signed a social contract that says I won't harm people. You don't harm me. Do unto others what you want done to yourself, as they say.
Self-preservation. That's what I'm saying. Self-preservation.
That's part of it. You
You're
don't like
acting in
those
your own
answers.
self-interest.
You don't like those
That's
answers.
all. That's
I'm telling
all.
you two different answers: in my own self-interest, and because I don't want people harmed, because I can see the pain they're going through. I don't want them to go through pain. And you don't think that's a good enough reason.
Why is it bad for people to go through pain? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should a human being care what other human beings feel?
Well, let
Why?
me ask you this.
Other than
Do
self-preservation.
you care what other people feel? Aside from self-preservation, do you care what other people feel?
God tells me to care about
Aside
how
from
other
what God
people
tells
feel.
you, if you have a sibling or a friend who gets hurt, they scrape their knee, do you feel bad for them?
And that entire argument is going to come back to, because,
do you or do you
because
not?
we have family and that's
No. Aside from
also going to
family,
be in
you see a
self-interest, to be
stranger
honest,
on
from
the
an
street
atheistic
begging.
perspective.
You see a stranger on the street begging for food, begging for money, and they are struggling. You can clearly see they're struggling. Do you feel bad for them?
God tells me to help that person. God tells me
Aside
to
from
help
what
that
God
person.
told you to do you feel bad for them?
Okay. Then
Aside from what God
why
told you
should
to
I?
do?
Will I be obligated to help that
I'm
person?
asking you a
Will I be
question, yes or
obligated
no?
to help that person?
Do you? No, I'm asking you a question,
I'm
not
asking
about what
you,
you should do.
am I obligated? Am I obligated?
You're not answering the question. Do you feel bad for that person? We didn't get to the point of obligation.
To help that person.
I'm not asking you about what you do. It's scary to me that you're not answering. Do you feel bad for that person?
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah. You don't feel bad for a person who is homeless?
Not necessarily. Again, I'm asking you, why should
you're
I
saying
care? Am
not
I
necessarily
obligated to help that person?
I'm not asking you about what you would do. You see a guy,
give me the answer to this. Am I obligated to help that person?
No, because you're still
if
not
I can help
answering my
somebody, am I
question.
obligated to help that person?
We're not talking about the obligation to make change. That's a different topic, okay? I'm asking you, do you feel bad when you see someone suffering? Someone who doesn't deserve it. Let's not go into hypotheticals about what if they're a murderer. Someone who just got harmed. Someone got hit by a car. Do you feel bad for them?
One subjective reason would be subjective reason. Again, that's all going to lead.
I'm asking you,
self-interest.
Do you feel bad for him?
I don't, because listen, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to feel that way because when I think, what if I was in that position? That's empathy. Again, it's going to come back to that. Why should we be
So
empathetic?
you do have empathy.
Why?
Why do you have empathy? You think it's only because
but that's not
I was
objective.
In that
that's why I keep saying that. That's what
I'm not talking about objective. I'm asking you a question.
Give me an answer to this.
Do you, I don't see why I owe you an answer because you haven't been answering. There is no such thing as objective. There is no objective truth about Islam. There is no objectivity in here.
Okay, you're saying there's no such thing as objective. Are you really saying that?
Not about Islam, no. There is no objective truth.
No, you just said there's no such thing as objective. Do you stand by that?
In this conversation, yes. I stand by in this conversation. There is no such thing.
No, okay.
I know. And I'm clarifying what I said. In this conversation and what we're talking about in these examples, there's no such thing as objective.
There are certain things that are objective. You're saying there are certain things that are objective. You agree with that?
I'm not sure. I'm actually not
You're
sure.
Not sure about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Then there's no point arguing. There's no point arguing. You're not even sure about your own positions then.
Because you're asking me my position on what? Like, I don't like saying absolute things.
Do you
I don't want to say
there are certain things? Okay, are you certain about your existence? Do you exist?
From my
You-
perspective, I exist. Yeah.
You
I
again,
don't.
don't
The
make it
thing
subjective.
about my existence. No,
Do
no.
you
The thing about
exist?
my existence. There is no way for me to prove that everything that I'm going through right now is real. But I have to presume that it is, because that's the only way that I can
Then
live.
we can't. Then there's no point arguing. There's no point arguing. What makes you think that the other person getting hurt? In reality, they're not experiencing pleasure.
I have to presume that based on my entire life being real, as far as I know, then what
So
the person giving me signs of pain is going through it.
That means you.
I'm so confused by this. Like, does this guy not have emotions, or is he sticking to his guns because it's a way to win an argument, he thinks? And he's gone for a second. Are you there? It's some people, I swear, some people, they just don't want to budge one bit. They don't want to hear you out even. He's gone. It honestly stumped me for a second, because I've never been asked before, why don't you want to see someone suffer? Why don't you want to see someone harmed? What if I have the power to hurt someone and nothing is stopping me? That's why we have laws. That's why we have some kind of agreement that people who don't want to abide by empathy and abide by not harming others, then we stop them. He's still not here. Oh, well. I know it's a frustrating call, but I want to go through it to the end. I want to hear if there is an end, if we haven't reached it yet. He's not here. That's too bad. Someone is saying, Jack is saying, feels like y'all are saying the same thing over and over again. We're getting to that point. Both of you are not really learning much information. I am learning that these people exist. So it's good to know that some people think that way. And I need to work on how to tackle this kind of conversation better, because honestly, I've never run into this example before, like this example of a mentality. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, he's disconnected. So my problem with this mentality is, if nothing is holding you back from doing harmful things, except if empathy is not a reason, if social cohesion is not a reason, if the only reason is because God said so, can you imagine what that kind of person with that moral framework, if they lose their belief in God or temporarily think something else of it, what they're capable of? Or in another way, imagine if for some reason he believed that his God wants him to harm someone for the greater good of Islam because Allah said so. Whatever Allah says goes. If beating, if rape is not bad, that's all fine as long as Allah said it. Can you imagine the kind of harm that this person can cause if they reach a conclusion that they need to harm someone because Allah said so? Yeah, he's gone, which is unfortunate. I wanted to see that conversation to its conclusion. Anyway, I'll take the next caller. Oh, there's a chat here. Thanks, Jamer Gill, for the super chat. Don't need a God to tell me to not hurt other beings, and it's scary to find people who need God to tell them to not hurt other people. Maybe religion is a necessity for psychopaths. Maybe. Anyway, I'm going to take the next caller now. The next caller is Jack. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Jack, how's it going? Are you there? You are muted if you are there. Oh, well. Jack, you've been waiting to join for a while. I hope that you're able to... Yep, you unmuted yourself for a second. It's lagging, Jack says. All right, let's wait for a second, see if Jack is going to join. So what could I have done better in that previous conversation? What else could I have said, or what could I have said differently to get my point across? Hey, Jack, are you there? Hello. What the fuck? So I can describe what I'm seeing. I don't know why this person waited so long for this, but I saw a Nazi flag. I saw a corpse. I'm sorry to describe this, but I saw something very horrible. Thank you, I guess. Weird. Anyway, I've had live streams that ended better than this. Today's ending was pretty explosive and weird, and then a troll showing me a corpse for some reason, trying to get me banned. It's happened before that a Muslim caller would call in and it would be like porn or something horrific like that. I don't know if I can even blur that or what was going on. I'm so disappointed. Why? Why is it that every time I have a conversation that comes to something horrible like gang rape, the caller is a believer in Islam? What is it that's so specific about this religion or the way that it's talked about that they feel like it's necessary to go that far to dig into the trenches of the horrible, horrible reality that we live in to find some gotcha that involves imagining a gang rape? Why Islam? Like, why don't Christians have this kind of conversation as often as we do? Why do I have to keep hearing about sex with animals and everything revolving sex in the most horrible, gross, harmful ways? Is it because of repression? Is it because of the lack of healthy outlets for sex that we end up contemplating sex in all the worst ways? Is it because you have to go as far as finding the most horrible examples to justify your position that you need someone with a gun to your head all the time telling you what to believe and what to do? I've lived in the secular world where people don't have God telling them what they have to do, where people have empathy and laws and all the reasons to not harm other people. It's a better life than in places that are supposedly given the guidance of God. Why is that? Is that a coincidence? I really don't think it is. I think people have better sense than they did 10 years ago. I think people have better sense than they did 1,000 years ago, which is exactly why we can't follow up on the morality ideas of people 1,400 years ago and think that there's something special about them. We need to move on. And I'm so sick of having the most disgusting topics brought up. Like, now I have to go on with my day having thought about these scenarios. Anyway. All right. Sorry about that mini rant. But it's this kind of shit does get to you eventually, you know? Like, what kind of, aside from these people who screen videos and images for illegal and gross stuff, who else goes through this much exposure to horrible ideas and horrible rhetoric and horrible images as much as we do? It's disgusting. But anyway, this is what you get when you want to talk about religion, coming from my background. I am glad that you're all here today. I'm sorry that the stream was derailed a little bit, but it's all part of the experience. And keep following, and I'll have better streams in the future and videos to come up soon. And as always, think critically and think for yourself.